Again with Esoteric Ebb. Last time we did a lot of talking, for almost 4 hours, especially to that scholar guy. Very fun though. I love yapping. Hopefully we can actually do some fighting or something that is somewhat of confrontation. But hey, fingers crossed, I guess. We should be in the Ascani. I keep on saying the names wrong. Whatever. Ascani Reed's trading office. Yeah. So, got a couple characters here. I can behold her again. How much do I need? Was that 20? Yeah, I can do that. We got a few items as well, so let's see if we can become strong enough. +3, that's pretty good. Ah, damn it. Not good enough. I can open up my stream manager on my phone, because I don't have a second monitor. Alright, gotta take this goofy stuff off myself. Where is it? Okay, hopefully I can max out my wisdom score to 19. That'd be sick. It's at 22 right now with all the buffs. Without anything, it's 19. So, yeah. The orc stands among fancy furniture. A crackling fireplace lights up her face as you approach. Welcome to the Ascani Reed's Trading Company, cleric. It is the orc lady again. Beware her manipulation. Yes, and also, tell her she looks lovely. You look lovely to meet you again, aged Vera. Okay. Oh. She blinks thrice and just nods, ignoring your flub. Yes, of course. Same to you. Damn it. Not very smooth, dick-ass. I love that the game uses those two words. It's perfect. She walks over to the desk, grabbing a piece of paper. It could be a good idea to search the guild warehouse below. Not only to find some goodies, but also to check out what's going in and out of the city. This wonderful free-strider lady is the one who decides who comes and goes. So talk her into letting you enter her warehouse. If you ask that, she will think you mean something very different. Well done handling the dwarves. Made my life a lot easier at the very least. I did it for you. That's nice of you. Now, things are a bit busy here. We're currently deep in paperwork with a new partner, but I can always make time to a friend of the Free Strider cause. About the tea shop owner. One greasy bird, but he's good at his job. What about him? What do you know about him? He's a Yobu, speaks through those mimicry voices. We've worked with him in the past. There's some kind of conflict with the ownership of his property at one point with the HWBT. It was resolved. Where can I find him? No clue. Never mind. Another question. I need access to the guild warehouse. Of course, we could have that arranged. It would take some time, of course, security clearance and such. Unless. I suppose it could be sped up if you were to help me out in the matter. If you were to help me out in the matter I'm dealing with at the moment, would you be interested? Yes. Great. She walks over to the drawer and pulls out several papers. I've got a perfect task for a strong cleric like yourself. Thank you. I know. I got a flat 0 in strength. A modifier. No. A 0 in strength would mean I'm dead. Because in D&D, if you reach a 0 in any stat, you die. So, I only got a 10, so yeah, I'm pretty strong. She stuffs the yellow documents in your hand. AFAs. A what? An Ascani Economic Free Strider Accord. We've been unable to hand them out previously due to a number of legal reasons that are being stripped away if we land in a good position of the future government. So in preparation, we're opening talks with a number of local entrepreneurs. Having these handed out by an official cleric would make the process a lot more official, however, greatly expediting the process. At least our numbers seem to indicate that folk are much more agreeable to city officials than our own staff. I'm guessing you can assume why. Yeah, free striders are scary. Horrifying, really. She laughs. She taps the documents in your hand. These are legal documents showing every clause in the local EFA. Very generous terms that will greatly assist the local corporations in growth, revenue, and stability. We're not all talk, you know. We do actually support local infrastructure and businesses quite heavily. And the first step is getting those businesses to actually join our accord. You want me to hand out contracts? Yes, mostly for them to take a look at. Once we get 3 Tolstad businesses on paper, we'll have met our pre-election quota. That'll make my bosses very happy. That'll make me very happy. 3 businesses, huh? Yes, of course, if you want to deliver them to more, just go ahead. The businesses need to be established, but not necessarily registered. If you're not sure, you can hand them out anyway. Off the top of my head, I can recommend visiting Viskin's Lich House and the Drunk Sphinx, of course. But I'm sure you can find more. She winks. Come back once you've handed them out. I'll be sure to return the favor. Any news about the tea shop? She sighs and grabs an envelope on the table. Darrow put a stop to any official investigation. He even had his guardian angel place an arcane lock on the entryway. Arcane lock. The second level abjuration spell. It locks entryways until dispelled. It costs a bit to cast, but once it's in place, it's quite a nuisance. You mean Etter. Etter? I think we'll call her Etter from now on. Actually, I'll say Etter. I like that more. Yes, his celestial pet. She's no pet. She's a powerful woman. Powerful? Yes. Woman, though? I think that definition might be stretched. I've had the displeasure to deal with her a few times here on Tolstad, ever since she was handed the reins of Coin Lord Lapdog. She seems to enjoy mocking us lesser creatures, coming off almost petty. Strange behavior for such a transcendent creature. She adjusts her posture. Now, she opens the envelope and reads for you. Bystanders suffered minor injuries, no real casualties found after a quick search of the premises. The flames were put down within the hour. Eyewitnesses indicate the flames appeared alongside a loud explosion. A few unnamed people also mentioned the flames were blue for a short moment. Blue flames, huh? The rest goes along with our info. Good to have it corroborated. Where'd you hear all this? She smiles. We have resources too, my friend. Blue flames? Interesting. Indeed. Clearly it indicates some type of magical origin. Sorry, I mean esoteric. Esoteric origin, she winks. Esoterical. Give her a thumbs up. She nods. And you didn't have any of these witnesses recorded? None, I'm afraid. We heard the Halfways had one direct witness who identified himself. A frank fellow. But we found nothing more on that thread. The goblin mutters something to himself. He says that stupid fucking name, along with some profanities you do not wish to hear. How quick was the search afterwards? She smirks. Apparently only 10 minutes. Damn, that's quick. What's more interesting is that the official report does not mention any lead investigator apart from Darrow himself and the militia org. So my guess is that they just didn't do anything after the militia put out all the flames and secure the structure. That's insane. They can't just do nothing. Clearly they can't. She does not care, but she is intrigued. Thank you for the info. No problem. Anything else? Yeah, there's a lot else. Tell me more about the Free Striders. You want to know more about the Free Striders? Just in general? Yes. Please fill me up on knowledge. Okay then, go ahead and ask. What is the Free Strider ideology? Good question. You want the long answer or short? Long. The Free Strider ideal is a dream of democratic rule and freedom for all. In the wake of Arcana suppression, the folk of Reeds banded together to put a stop to the fighting, establishing republics along the coast and around the lake. They sought democracy, the choosing of their own fate built upon personal liberty and freedom. I'd say that's a good summary of the Free Strider ideal. Where does it come from? The Free Strider movement? It originated in Old Diminor, towards the end of the Coast War. It's said that soldiers spread the word to one another, even between opposing armies. Eventually, once the magical powers waned, the common folk managed to rebel. So you could say it's all a big response to Arcana's tyranny and the oppressive force of magocracy. You're truly heroes of the coast. I'm gonna suck up to her, try to get in a good relations. Sure. Free Striderism is the only way forward, obviously. Every other form of rule has led to complete chaos and/or less fortunate conditions for literally everyone involved. The Reedian dream is possible. It's coming. It's here. I like the Freestriders. Same. I think the Freestrider movement really speaks to my personal principles, you know? I think it's very I think it's very important to stand by your principles, especially when things get difficult. That is not something for you. A powerful woman should rule you. That feels more natural. I don't have any principles. If a powerful woman disagrees with me, I change my mind instantly. Oh. You disappoint her. No. Maybe you should get some principles then. I agree with you. I'm wrong. You're right. I'm sorry for ever speaking out of line, my lady. Bow your head. She lets out a loud laugh. A laugh that slowly turns into a tired sigh. I'll assume you're being funny. And let's leave it at that. You know, I don't like the Freestriders. I changed my mind. Ah, well please, do go on. She crosses her arm. Why don't you like the Freestriders? The Freestriders just lining the pockets of rich merchants. The common folk get nothing out of it. You sound just like an Ascal. It's called making a deduction, my lady. Bow your head and smirk. Sure. Those are the questions I have about Freestridering for now. Okay, happy to share. Her eyes say, please don't use it as a verb. What's with the thing in the fireplace? I'm not a thing. Method. An elemental spirit formed by primal energies. They are known to be selfish and violent, yet useful when captured by controlling magic or given the right incentive. Don't mind him, he's harmless. I don't know exactly how we came over the contract, but I believe it was a Kargameshian fellow who handed it over. A smoke method. He keeps track of unwanted visitors. So don't touch anything, cleric, unless it's like getting seared. She smiles, her tusks gleam. Tell me about the griffin on the roof. Griffin on the roof. The orc laughs at your words. That really sounds like a magazine tale. I swear I've read it at some point. It really does. Right? Technically, the griffin is not allowed to use their building as a nest. However, by sheer happenstance, it has become one of the many unwritten and unofficial exceptions around it. I have simply learned to make do, as one does. Who owns it? One of our temporary guests. A high-ranking member of the Freestriders, come to visit for the election. One of those types. And he just sleeps here all day? For now. I've heard he'll be heading out after the election. Can't wait. Is it annoying to deal with? Yes. Though the real answer to that involved describing griffin droppings, and I prefer to keep away from that. Can I fly on it? I recommend not, entirely for the sake of your own health. Unless you got somewhere to fly off to. Damn it, I don't. If I did, I'd totally try it. Somehow, I could imagine. That's all about the griffin. Move on. Yes, let's leave it at that. Vera is avoiding answering many things about this creature. For one, because she does not wish to think about it. For second, because she is not allowed to say anything about its owner. Bureaucratic reason, sure. I want to know more about you. My favorite topic. What should I ask her? About her past, so you can manipulate her. Jesus, okay. It's awfully empty here. Do you have any colleagues? Certainly. I am only second in command here at Tolstad. First is Agent Duralis. He is currently off securing votes with the Tolstad Guild, leaving me alone here to helm the ship. Her expression changes. Hardens. She doesn't like this guy one bit. And who is this Duralius? I'm probably not saying that right. Octavio Pompus Duralius, my wonderful superior. Her words drip with acid. Long name. You need to compete with this guy, clearly. Just one colleague? No. Him and his horde of interns. Horrific practice. It should be illegal to not pay your employees like that. Well, not a horde per se. More like 3 to 4 people on rotation. He likes them young and stupid. I get a feeling you don't like this fellow. You picked up on that, did you? He gives you a light laugh. He's a bit of a dick. The type that talks circles around with whatever buzzwords he's been taught to use instead of practical language. The type who, in an attempt to sound professional, ends up turning into an archdevil of the deepest hell. You can spend an hour in a meeting with him and go mad as he walks around facts and direct solutions in favor of whatever makes him look more superficially intelligent. She sighs. If things go well, after the election you might be up for promotion. That'd leave me as first in command. Sounds like Tolstad would be better with you in charge. Thank you, cleric. How kind of you to say. The orc gives you a wry smile. I agree. God, she's hot. No, bro. What does securing votes mean in this context? Can't say. Industry secrets, you know. She winks. I have some other questions, not about your buddies. Sure. I don't want to flirt with her. I don't feel like doing that. What exactly do you do for the Ascani Reach Trading Company? Flow of goods remains efficient and uninterrupted by local shenanigans. I also represent the organization as a member in the Free Strider Party, which makes it a lot more interesting. What is your favorite color? Red. Like blood. She gives you a sinister smile. What's your mother's maiden name? Why do you ask? I read in a book once that it's a good question to break the ice. I'm not saying number 2. You read? Don't sound so impressed, orc. She's mocking you. But there's no need to break the ice. We're already talking, cleric. I do not know my mother. I was born into a fell-tire JT, a journeyman tribe, where children are raised collectively. We made scissors. That's my special blood talent. My fate, as it were. I didn't like it in the factory, so I left to Blood City Bay. I joined a war band. A few, actually. Learned to be smart. Eventually ended up in Reeds, where my true talents were recognized. Scissors? Orcs are the original factory workers. Whoa, hold on a second. What? Scissors? Oh, I apologize. I should clarify. I'm not... Okay, I am gonna say that. Ver-Oroxeg, gifted by blood. Each Orcish clan was given a specialty by the Queen Mother. My clan's gift was a magical affinity for making amazing scissors. A working people. Factory people. That is what the Arcanists used to call orcs. Every factory in Feltire was human-run during the Arcane era. The orcs were under terrible oppression. Super efficient, honestly. Though being locked down like that sounds like shit. Good thing she left. That's ridiculous. Yes, it is. Anyway, the revolution was already strong when I joined. So once I'd realized I missed all the real action, I ended up taking a job to spread the word. I spent a season in Vorgenia at first, but I never clicked with the locals. So Norvik it was. And now I'm here. She bows her head in a formal fashion. Anything else you wanted to ask? How strong are you? Strong enough, she smirks. Whom do you wear? Oh, this old rag? The outfit is an AR import, originally designed by Fruck Fram, I hear. Although these are obviously just factory knockoffs. Reliable, though. Alright, no more personal questions. Good thing. What about you? You holding up alright? No. Looks sad. Aw, sad to hear. She does not care. Not really. Hey, can I have that spell scroll over there? Oh, that? Just a little something left behind by my superior during his latest visit. Don't touch it, please. Okay. This is the method, huh? A guy, he keeps shuffling about. You look into the flames of the fireplace. A hissing voice calls out to you. Didn't your mother ever tell you? It's rude to stare. Oh shit, look closer. Squat down and look closer. Your eyes adjust to the brightness of the fire. A figure lies upon the lit timber. Like a puff of smoke, materialized into a solid chunk. It's a method, a primal spirit. This one appears to be made out of smoke and heat. I apologize. Good. You know your place. I'm Tinatul. Terrible to meet you. Lovely to meet you as well. I am... Don't care. It interrupts you. It looks back and forth between you and Snell. I'm in charge here, so don't do anything nasty, or I'll report you to the Tusk Lady. Tusk Lady. Amazing. Your goblin companion squints into the fire. Then he whispers to you, I hate these things. So you're like a guardian of this place, or what? Something like that. I'm only obliged to attack you if you actually steal something. Oh, really? Test the little guy. Steal what? They must have some kind of secret around here. Grab a piece of wood splinter off the ground. Like this? Little guy gives you a smoky expression. No, and don't test me. You need an example. Can you give me some examples? I guess? An example... It leans back in the flames and mutters in a language you don't understand. Primordial. It leads out of the fireplace and gestures towards the mirror in the corner. For example, if you try to open the safe or something, then I'd have to attack you for real. Look at the mirror and then back to the method. Wait, shit. I'm not supposed to say that. Can you, forget I said it? Or, he rolls around a bit on the flame, swearing to himself. Physically frustrated. It snaps its little claw-like fingers and turns back to you while laughing. You fell for it. You see? I was merely kidding. Of course there's no safe in the mirror. It's safe in the wall behind that mirror. That'd be ridiculous if I just blurred that out. Okay. The creature looks around. Okay. Is there something I can do to get you to look the other way? Look, I'm bound here, you know? Only higher orders would allow me to look the other way. Higher orders? It sighs. A puff of smoke wisps into the air. If you're an elemental lord or something, that'd change things. But you're not, so... Danger, fear, pain. Is there no other way? I mean, I do have a sweet spot for crowns, too. How big of a sweet spot? How about 500 crowns? Sure, something like that. I could look the other way for that. Why would he need what would he need money for? This elemental does not seek value out of your coinage. He most likely enjoys the material itself. That's a crazy high amount. What can I say? I like the minerals on those coins of yours. Okay, I give up. Don't do it. Figured. I feel like if I keep staring, he might not like that, so let me try to increase my constitution. Which I can only do it in one way, which is this. So I guess I'll try. Hey, rude guy. I call anyone I want anything I want. And why is your scarf talking? What? I can do this. Lady Fair. My goat. Dude, that was so clutch. Shield. Your skin is a shield. Take off your right glove. Huh? Place your hand in front of the smoke guy right in the flames. Confidently, you reach forth. Oh, Smoky Boy, what the critting are you doing? The intense heat warps around your flesh. Oh, shoot. Alright, thank you. Holy hells and bells and stuff, it exclaims and dances around your searing hand. Eating away. This is insanity. Self-mutilation. Gods be damned, dude. This is enough. Slowly remove your damaged hand from the fire. Your heartbeat screams in your ear. Blood rushing, adrenaline pumping. Beyond your body, the smoke creature laughs wildly. Haha, you're awesome. Fuck it, I guess you are an elemental lord. I'll look the other way. You go ahead and do whatever you want, boss. You hear him cackling as he rolls over and stares into the wall. Why am I'm still like down like this? Let's see. There you go. You approach the mirror, realizing that Vera is watching you quite closely. But taking a quick glance, you do see there's surely a hidden safe behind this mirror. Interesting. I'll have to come back when Vera isn't around. Okay. So I can just take stuff without this. Can I take this? No. Okay, it's still pretty powerful. I have to... Ooh, what's this? Looks like an archive. Oh, right. I ingested a potion last night. That's why my charisma's not as bad. Alright, I guess that's everything for now. Looks like I gotta hand out some business flyers. Although... I can get around this thing, right? Yeah. This guy. I already... Is there... Oh! Yeah, I remember they're saying something. Like, oh, you gotta move these crates or something. You approach the goods hatch. This is a very small goods hatch. The whole building appears to have been repurposed into a warehouse. Otherwise, making it this tiny would have been very silly. Don't think the freak shrines will be too happy with someone sneaking in through the roof. The goblin squats down and grabs a rusty hang log. But damn, look at this rusty thing. They really don't value security around here. Can I upgrade my dex enough? Let's see. +1. No. I have advantage because Snell's helping. Thank you, Snell. Appreciate it, man. With just a bit of finesse, the lock cracks open. Quite literally. This rusty piece of shit won't ever close again. There we go. Great job. Open the hatch. As you peek inside, you see a rope attached to the wood, tumbling down to the open space below. Sweet. Then we can actually climb back up. Didn't think of that. Let's see how well this rope holds up. Cool. Alright. Several potion boxes are marked with a tiny bird symbol. Potion of healing. Salad. +2 dexterity, -2 strength. You pick up the polished salad helm, sand flowing from its orifices. But before you move it from the box entirely, not again. You see something shift in the sand in the crate. Not again. Oh, is this the mosquito sand again? Dodge the sand. In a heartbeat or faster, you pull back your gloved hands. You watch as the sand attempts to rush forward, the shape of it like a slithering esoteric creature, and just barely grazes you before sinking back into the box. Aha! Won't get you again, you damn spooky blood-sucking sand monster thing. Then the sand goes still once more. Look at it. Nice job. But yeah, this sand isn't really sand. Good job getting that helmet though. It looks really nice. Snell rushes forward with the lid in hand. He shuts it with a satisfying thud. Good gods, I hate mosquito sand. Yeah, same. The goblin does not respond at first. He simply looks around and sighs. Be more careful. There's lots of weird shit in here. Okay, I'll leave this thing alone now. Be happy about your new helmet. Let's see what's up. HWBT, AR Trade Co., ALPLC. So many acronyms. I just hit the jackpot. Let's go. Some huge scrolls. Hey, remember enhancing ability. I love that thing. An expensive An expensive potion sits on top of the shelf. You couldn't possibly reach that high. Okay, well, because the game told me I couldn't, so I can't. Apples. Tiny bikes. You stare at the rack of hanging tiny bicycles. Some of them very tiny. Pocket bikes, the dream of every kid in Norvik. They're covered in dust. These are extremely expensive if they work. Few pocket bikes are functional these days. The bikes don't seem to do anything. Look, Snell. Giggle. It's a bike for you. In the response, the goblin points to a crate in the corner with the text "Eso conserved milk" on it. Look, cleric. A treat for you. The goblin is calling you a milk drinker. He does not mean it in a mean way. Snell would never be mean to you. Not in a real way. Yum. Play along. He chuckles. I'm assuming they're broken anyhow. They never leave actual functioning pocket bikes in a place like this. Way too expensive. Snell looks around. Where's that rhythmic thumping noise coming from? Focus on that instead. You stare at these tiny bikes. Try touching one of the tiny bikes. A quick tap reveals the lack of any esoteric tingle. The bikes are unusable, permanently stuck in their tiny form. Probably why they're here, covered in dust. You stare at the tiny bikes. Can I ride one of these things? Unless you're the size of a goblin with a reduced spell cast on them. No. You stare. Let me see if I can dorse the port. Wisdom Game Me Glacier. Wisdom Game Me Glacier PTSD. Hello Kiba. Hello Lux. How's it going? I want to see if I can get this spell on me. Can't get over there, which is a shame. Doing good, thank you. I'm playing Esoteric Ebb. It is an isometric, text-based RPG inspired by Disco Elysium in the world of D&D, where you basically make a bunch of dice rolls and you have a lot of different stats as well. So you got strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. So these are all the D&D stats. And every time you have to make like a kind of skill check, you have to roll with one of these. And you can put on different equipment and stuff. You know, you can have little trinkets, helmets, weapons that, funnily enough, none of the weapons in the game so far actually work. Because this crossbow is jammed, this sword is broken in half, and this is just a bad hammer. And you also get like, you can also put literature in like your inventory as well. And you play as this cleric and you're supposed to investigate this tea shop that blew up, but I haven't even gone inside it yet. So, you know, I'm kind of getting a little sidetracked. You approach the shrine, and yes, this little figurine does still count as a shrine. repair spells. Enhance ability. Tapping into animalistic spirit energy, you enhance your mental and physical abilities. Until the spell ends, you gain proficiency in all ability scores. In the ability scores you already have proficiency in, you gain expertise, double proficiency bonus. Sweet. I think I like that. My first second level spell as well. I think I'll put that on, actually. Lasts for 4 hours. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I really liked D&D and I really liked Disco Elysium, so this game was like a... As soon as I heard about it, it was like an immediate, like, yeah, I'm gonna buy this. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. Crate with a rhythmic thumping noise coming from inside. It's very cool. You approach one of the many crates, large crates in the warehouse. Why is there a rhythmic thumping noise here? It is coming from this box. Look at the crate. You spot a label. It says AR and Onkheg exoskeleton export. Onkheg, an ambush predator insectoid, usually very large and deadly. They're hunted for sport in the Ascani wilds, and their chitlin is exported around the coast for various craft and esoteric applications. Wisdom looks like a dark throne. I think it's supposed to be like a biblically accurate angel. That kind of looks like a heart, because wisdom in this game is supposed to be like empathetic. And like kind of like one of the softer and more like compassionate skills. Yeah. There are little holes in the crate in various places. Air holes. Snell, you hear that noise? I do. He points at the side of the crate. He shows you a strange expression. The goblin assumes you understand his subtle facial cues, clearly overestimating your social ability. It's a face that says, "Be careful. I think we've got something here." Knock on the crate. As you do, the drumming noise stops. Then, after a short break, it starts up again. Your companion gives you a tired shrug. Come on. Hello? After you speak, the drumming noise stops. Then after a short break, it starts up again. Snell sighs deeply. I have advantage. This should be easy. Oh wait, no I don't. Do I? Wait, what? Thought it said. With a tight grip, you press hard. It's difficult. Even the goblin is straining to put his measly body weight into it. Don't do him like that. But rip open the side of the crate. That's a bird guy. ... I can explain. Dunk, dunk. Drummer, tea shop owner. You watch the wingless crow-looking creature scramble to compose himself. Drummer. That is a Oh god. Kill. No, I can't. I'm not gonna kill him immediately, although this is kind of like combat music. That is a Yobu. Oh god. Yobu Kodori. Often shortened to just Yobu. Yobu. A bird folk creature cursed to wander without wings or voice of their own. They have the esoteric ability to mimic any sound they've heard. They originate from certain mountains in Yim. The Birdman lets out a strange throat noise that makes a series of nervous chuckles. He's inside of a shipping crate marked for export. He's clearly trying to flee the law. Maybe he has a good reason to escape. Is the fellow in danger? It's illegal to live in crates like this. This game's so goofy. Is it Dunk? I'm not sure if it is Cleric, the goblin whispers to you. He then turns to the bird. Sure is. You better spit out the details before you take you to the Stockade. Stockade, the great prison dungeon of Norvik, comprised of a large section of the part of city below that lays beneath the palace, refitted to be used for modern rehabilitation and confinement of all types of convicted criminals. I'm just inspecting the warehouse wares. Dunk. What's that sound? What? Dunk. Snell, is this guy some kind of troublemaker? I say you can make that argument. This guy's a smuggler? Maybe. I mean, he's a tea shop owner. I don't know how much of a smuggler he could be. I'm not... Dunk. Threaten him for the truth? Or catch him in the lie? Okay, so I guess I should... He puts opium in his tea? That's nuts, dude. Well, this guy's shop exploded, so... Yeah, I guess he has to... Maybe he does smuggle that. Maybe that's why it blew up. I don't know. So you're inspecting wares, are you? Yes. I'm a local... He stopped, shifting his tone deeper. Local entrepreneur. He's trying to assert himself by sounding like a tough guy. The AR, there's my supplier. For tea and sometimes coffee. Coffee? Isn't that illegal? It's not. Difficult to get, but not illegal. So you're inspecting goods inside of a crate, inside of a sealed warehouse. Yes. What? You don't believe him? Does the trade company know about you being here? The bird hums like a bird and just nods. Is he pretending not to hear you? Do I just yell at him? I said, do the Free Striders know about your presence, good sir? Gah, dunk. They of course. What kind of goods are we talking about here? He grabs a scale of Onkeg exoskeleton from the crate. I have a great plan. I'm planning on renovating my shop with these. Protection. Reach forward and touch the exoskeleton plate. Your hands glide over it. The bird stares at you as you caress the chitin in his claws. Dunk. Renovating with that chitin? Uh-huh, he says, sounding like a young, naive kid. Nuh-uh. He's lying. -3 to the check because I screamed at him. Why is your voice so weird? I am Yobu. Yobu Kodori. The voice leaves the bird's throat like a drum on fire. That's bird folk from Yim then. Oh, yes. Yobu, we've no voice of our own. You know, I get it. Us oppressed folk need to stick together so we can find our voice together. That's what democracy is all about. Yeah, I already know this. It's just I'm just clicking through all the dialogue. The bird glares at you, no expression in its expressionless face. Dunk. Why do I have a feeling I shouldn't cast Charm Person? Because Charm Person only makes him treat you like a friend, and this bird does not treat his friends with the truth. Sadly, you do not have time to go prepare. It's literally in my spells. It's right here. But yeah, this guy wouldn't tell the truth. Are you aware that your tea shop has exploded? What? He knows. The bird mimics the sound of a young and shocked man. What a horrible and dunk, shocking revelation. He's struggling to put together cohesive sentences. Ah, that's like his nervous tick when his sentences get twisted like that. You didn't hear the explosion? Sorry? He holds up a claw to the side of his head. Oh no, he's got a hearing problem. How sad. You see your companion rub his eyes. I said, did you not hear the explosion? The bird jolts away from you. I screamed at him again. Nice. No, did not hear. Dunk. You've been down here for how long exactly? I am inspecting many wares. Yobu birdfolk are able to survive for up to 2 months without sustenance. You're pretty bad at your job, Mr. Drummer. Sorry for being pretty bad at inspection. I try my best. Do you have any enemies, Mr. Drummer? No, everyone has... People tend to dig me, you know. Sure. Tell me what happened on that morning, when it blew up. Oh, it was all normal. Empty tea shop all morning. I had business on Water Lane. Over noon. Been busy since then. This is big shock. Well, now you know. Awful news. I didn't even had no insurance, sadly. You got something to ask him, Snell? Shit, maybe he's a smuggler. No, he's clearly telling us everything. You can sense him thinking everything he wants to say. You hear the bird let out a hearty laugh. If he had a voice of his own, it'd be a nervous laugh. No worries, I'll get back on my feet. Always do. I'll just go back to inspection, and you'd know where to find me. What are you voting in the election? Oh yeah, I have a feat that gives me health every time I ask someone what they're voting for. Oh, same. I vote for the same party as you. Which is... You sound like that? Oh, gods. You don't seem like an Asgal. Oh, I am. Very green. Good, great choice, my man. You got a feeling he probably uses that sound every time someone tries to talk politics with him at the tea shop. What a genius. You should learn from him. So should I threaten this guy or something else? A push is all he needs. Then he will spill the truth. He sure talks a lot for someone without a voice, but he sucks at lying. The bird's pretty quick. You gotta catch up if you want. You gotta catch up if you want to find a way to twist reality out of him. Beware, failure here will mean debasing yourself. So it's either... Okay, so that's 1d20 plus 2 at a 10 DC. So it essentially becomes an 8 DC, so I have a 60% chance of success. Over here, it's a plus 5, which basically makes it a 7. So this is slightly better, so I'll try this. I hate everything. I hate everything. It's one short. It's one short. If that was a 12, it would have won. Here we go. Set a trap and let the bird guy fall into it. So, tell me about this tea shop of yours. Tea shop? Oh, yes. I'm an entrepreneur, you see? Now hit him with the... Slam your fist into the side of the crate. You don't even like tea, do you? The bird looks visibly distraught at your accusation. You have... What? It's not... Dunk. Wait, this isn't a trap. This is just silly. Fraud! Point at the birdman. The bird sputters around for a moment, then he pauses and scratches his beak. I don't have to enjoy tea. I serve tea, Dunk. That's true, cleric. What do you have to say in your defense? The goblin is mocking you. Understandable. Alright, you know what? Look, I don't care about your bullshit. Just tell me your side and we'll be out of your hair. Or feathers. Observes you in silence, then he slowly nods. You seem to have inadvertently given him room to trust you. Oh, so was this a good thing that I failed it then? Maybe it was a good thing. Because failure, the game says, like, failure sometimes can be a good thing. He will speak now, but will it be the full truth? He glances at Snell. They're after me. Who is? The Free Striders and HWBT. What? Because of some missed rent? And why exactly? He looks distraught again. They forced me. They made me. I didn't have a choice. Dunk. Blackmail. Knife to my throat. I was trapped. They had me by the balls. You're hiding from the Free Striders inside of a Free Strider operated warehouse. They are scary, but not very bright. The goblin chuckles. Snow, the HWBT didn't know about the smuggling stuff, right? So he was a smuggler. My knowledge, no. This sounds entirely like a Free Strider extension. Why are you afraid of the HWBT? Read him like a book. Damn. They will give me punished if they find out my little secret. Dunk. Possibly. The old lady won't take kindly to having a smuggling operation going on right under her nose. How are the Free Striders connected with this? They set it up. They set me up. I had access to the secret tunnel under the temple. They forced me. I had to. And what's this got to do with the explosion? What are they called? I want to make sure. The HWBT, it stands for the Halfway Bridge Tribe. It's one of the 3 tribes left, goblin tribes left, after Earth, who was like a god amongst like humans essentially, decided to genocide all but 3 of the entirety of like goblin tribes in all of the lands. They essentially are responsible for this part of like the area or city or whatever. And they're actually supposed to be like good guys, kind of. They're supposed to be like the law keepers, essentially. Like they're basically like responsible for the city and everything, most of it. But obviously some people are a little wary because, you know, they're goblins and, you know, in this fantasy world. But they killed a bunch of goblins? Um, there's journal entries I can look at because like there's some things like sometimes when some words are said in the like dialogue boxes, you can click on them, and if you have a high enough stat, it'll give more information. But basically, what happened was this guy named Earth, who like had humans under him called like Earth folk. He ended up doing a goblin genocide where they killed all but 3 of goblin tribes, and the HWBT was one of the 3 surviving tribes. And they're responsible for this part of the city, basically. And they're the ones who like got us. I think they're the ones who got us to do this. I might be misremembering it a little. And what's this got to do with the explosion? Move on. Listen, I only run away to save myself. When Tea Shop exploded, You knew beforehand that it was going to explode? No. I was in the warehouse, here, inspection. I hear free striders talking about it upstairs. So I hide in here, waiting for boat to get away from this bloody mess. Turn to Snell and whisper, what's protocol now? He whispers back, protocol? If he's trying to leave the city, taking a sit reg would be a good start. I'm sure the old lady would love to have a word with him. What's your plan now, Birdman? I will leave. Dunk. I have business in Reeds. Big business. But if you leave now, you won't be able to vote in the election. Yes, that is regretfully. Dunk. The bird stares at you, looking uncomfortable. And you're sure you've told me everything you can? Yes, please. I am in trouble, but I did nothing wrong. The goblin scoffs. Let me see your papers, citizen. The bird fiddles with his satchel. A worn piece of paper. His claw holds it forth. Citizen's registry. Grab it. As you hold it up to your helmet, the bird makes that rhythmic thumping noise a few more times. Inspect the papers. You turn it over in your hands. The papers thick. It says Drummer Yimling. Yimling. Those from Yim. It's one of the many substitute surnames given to folk who don't have a surname custom. Born 01/01/02 PE. Bet he picked 02 as his birth year just to avoid it looking too fake. So it's fake papers. And he has a smuggling operation. But at the same time, he said the Free Striders set him up. And he has to hide from them. Why would he have fake papers? He was from a different place, so maybe... He says he has business in Reeds, though. So he probably is, like, doing criminal stuff regardless. I think I'll take his papers. I'll keep these. Don't leave the city, Mr. Drummer. Ah, oh, okay. Good idea, Snell whispers to you. You can always drop them off to Lady Sageleaf. She'd appreciate it. The Birdman looks nervous. But can I leave warehouse? Should I contain this guy? It would take time to do so. He does not deserve it. Annoying. Boring. Tossing him in the stockade does seem like a good choice, but spending time on that seems stupid. Look to Snell. He just shrugs. You can go. Oh, thank you. The voice sounds sarcastic. Huh. The Birdman starts to shuffle towards the stairs. Good luck out there, Mr. Drummer. Without stopping, you hear him mutter out in a shrill voice. You too, cleric. As the Birdman leaves the warehouse, you hear a faint rhythmic sound follow him out. Dunk. I wonder what he'll do. Is it okay to have him running around? Not like we've got a jail to toss him in. Well, I mean, you do, but then you'd have to go do that. Sounds like a pain just to catch a lying bird. Going all the way to the stockade to do all the paperwork and document all the evidence. It would take a full day, if you're lucky. You happy I took his papers? Happy isn't the right word, but Sageleaf might be slightly less pissed this way, in the short term. Having to deal with that bird sure is a headache. You believe anything he said? Sure, I'm certain he believes that he's a victim here. I'm inclined to say the same, somewhat. And he did not blow up the tea shop, not with that smuggling stuff going on. We need to check out the tea shop properly ASAP, and then check up on that info broker. She had a connection with the Asgals in the tea shop. She also had a meeting with the Freestriders. Feels like she's a string connecting every fucking party in the city. What a fucking mess. Cool. Let's go. Toss his papers to Snell and leave. You took Drummer's papers, making sure he won't leave the city too easily. Maybe he'd slip away anyway, or maybe he'll stick around. Who knows? Take root. So this is how you get feats in the game. You have to go? Oh, alright, see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. So you took the bird's papers. Made him stick around with the snakes. It was a tough decision. Sure hope so. Look, it's time to establish some baseline, okay? First of all, immigration is good. What? Immigration. It's a net positive for modern society. For Norvik. Hold on. Well, yes, it's true, but what's that got to do with freedom of movement? It's literally the most fundamental policy of the Freestrider bloc. In the real old days, the only people with resources to travel would be the aristocrats of societies. In the real early days, that'd be the top dragon servant, the top slaves. Dragon servant, an old derogatory term for humans. Then, during the last few centuries, that changed. The average person suddenly got the ability to move, on a societal scale, sure, but also in a geographic sense. Each of the Arcanist splinters dealt with it in different ways, but in general, especially once a coast war broke out for real, all the borders got real tight. A shoot-on-sight type policy wasn't uncommon. And that shit, real shit. That was overkill, but we should still have some type of border controls, right? No. All of it is bad. Let's go over the facts here. The number one cause of starvation, poverty, and economically related suffering is a general lack of prosperity. Historically, it's understandable why peasants and kings or early Arcanists didn't really get this, because they just didn't have a reference point. If things were always terrible, you wouldn't even know what good is, right? Then comes industry, mass production, both esoteric stuff, access to free food, healing services, teleportation, and the fundamentals, textile factories, metal refining, and transportation. All of it giving way to an unprecedented amount of prosperity for everyone. It's like cheating in the economy. Everyone gets rich all of a sudden, even the old aristocrats. So then you have the question of nation states, of borders. You can make an argument that freedom of movement goes against certain ideals of nationalism, sure. You can't completely lock your own people away from others. You can't stay out of the global trade. You lose that authoritarian touch. In return, you get a super magical economic boost, one that helps everyone. You know those Asgals that hate Freestriderism so much? This is the point where they all shut the fuck up and sit down. Because Asgalism didn't make anything better, not anywhere near the degree that opening the markets did. And locking down your borders, not allowing trade, people, labor, goods, and services to flow at the behest of the benevolent, invisible hand? That's literally like arbitrarily making your people, all your people, objectively less wealthy and probably a lot hungrier just for some dumb ego trip. Thus, immigration is fucking great. And anyone who disagrees is a fucking idiot. Oh god. You have convinced me. I will now allow strangers to come live with me in my apartment. You don't own an apartment. You live with your mom. Shut up. Come on. Be serious for once. This is hardcore stuff. Immigration is good. Repeat it. Immigration is... immigration is amazing, but only for folk Aryan reasons. We should help people in need by sharing our wealth. Ew. You make it sound so Asgalian. God. But yeah, I guess that's true too. You get cheap labor, they get to not be oppressed on the other side of the coast. It's a win-win situation. So anyway, yeah. Making Drummer stay when he clearly wanted to get out? Shit move. It's just straight up asshole move. But you clearly could learn a lot from that bird. You got that infectious paranoia about him. Oh shit, your stomach's upset. The bird. Yeah? The bird is a survivor. That is his legacy. More than that, he really had one hell of a way to handle himself. Ignoring the shitty escape attempt, you saw how he danced around your questions? Seriously, maybe it's just a racial thing, but he read the room just as well as he recorded those voices. Honestly, both of those are damn true. Take any lesson you want from him, that bird's got game. And remember, immigration is good. Tell me more about infectious paranoia. Be ready for anything. The world could fall apart any second. The walls could implode, your dreams shattered. When that happens, you get ready to run. Leave the city in a crate. Ship yourself to Heiji. Whatever it takes to get away from any of those pesky consequences. Advantage on initiative rolls. Tell me more about survival of the fittest. You live through it all. Advantage upon death saving throws. Or tell me about reading the room. You want to say the right thing, right? Make the right choice? Yeah, might help to have a quick glance around the room first. Advantage on behold checks. I'm ready to make a decision. Go for it. Pick reading the room. Great, no excuses now. Time to understand people so you can control them like sheep. Stop thinking about this. I am the wisest cleric in all of your... The wisest cleric in all of your... I have a 20. Ooh! Is that another... It's another trinket slot. That's perfect. Okay. Give me that tooth. Dude, I got so much fucking wisdom. It's nuts. Actually, I'll make myself more... should I? See, I already have so much wisdom. I already have so much wisdom. It'd be overkill. Alright. I got 3rd level spells. That's sick. Alright. Let's see. Where should I go now? I guess I should finally go to the tea shop. Although getting advantage on behold checks is pretty sweet. Actually, I guess I'll go this way. Wait, no, I do need to find the, I think I should talk to the landlord guy. He said something about checking out a light down here, and I think that's what I saw yesterday. See, I wonder if any of these doors are accessible. Dormitory out of commission. Simi, son of Strokeback. You approach the green door. An apartment in the holes like any others. Knock. You knock twice in a polite fashion. That was very low. They probably didn't hear you. Wait. Standing in the pillar crossing like this. Just waiting. It's calming. Don't think they heard, cleric. Bang on the door. Within seconds, a slit in the door slides open. From within, you see the glance of a hairy face. No milk! Why not? Why not? You hear a grumble on the other side of the door. Ah, guess who it is, lads? That's right, it's the cleric! Actually, no, wait. See, Snell? This is how everyone should react to my presence. Careful. Keep going, and that big ego might not fit in that helmet anymore. Great to see you swing by, Mr. Cityman. Hold on, let me unlock the door for you. He closes the slit. Oh, it's called Asgal door, okay. You hear some yelling from beyond. Then you hear a click on the door. It is open. Time to make some friends. Okay, then. Unity of all folk. Hold on. Let me equip this real quick. Oh, wow. 18. Responsibility. That is the weight she feels weighing upon her shoulders. Medusa does not see herself, her ego, as having any greater meaning. Rather, that meaning has been transposed from others. Her mentor, her friends, but most importantly, her ideology. Just behold him. Constitution. Hey, nat 20. Lawful neutral. At his core, he fights for glory. Empathy does not spark his heart. He wants to earn admiration and legend. I see. A copper press, the most important invention of the Arcane era. The bathroom, it's surprisingly clean inside. Charisma. Visual propaganda. Can't speak. Hey, man. A second son kind of person lives in the shadows of greater men. Hey, the dwarf mutters his greeting with the impact of a growing flower. You and me should be friends. Okay. Now push it. He can serve you well. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying... You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go a little wild. Did I say friends? I meant more like a master-slave type dynamic. He frowns. The first frown in his life. No, I don't like that. Too bad. You've already agreed to it. No, I have not. Yeah? He looks around, then he nods. You've confused him. You've outsmarted him. You're running God's damn circles around him. You sure fit a lot of dwarves into this tiny apartment. Yeah, it's a lot. It should only be 5 or so. How many are here now? Et, chav, tre. He looks around and taps his fingers to count. Fira fim sex. Sex. Dwarven for the number 6. Never stops being funny. Sex. The trait that determines whether a sexually reproducing organism is of the male or female half of reproduction. Also a useless distraction. Sex. A beautiful union between those who carry the burden of life upon their souls. Sex. Fun. Yeah, maybe a few too many right now. But it's just until the election, so it's fine. Oh, this is your apartment? Yes, I'll have to clean it up afterwards. What do you know about the tea shop? Nothing, really. He grunts and gestures towards Alphaz. Ask the foreman. Hey, Alphaz! Simi says you know something incriminating about the tea shop. No! I did not, foreman. Yeah, he did. Simi's a snitch. What are you yelling about? Stop messing about. Alphaz sure is a bit sensitive, isn't he? We get Simi. No, he's not. He nods. He nods nervously. Man, I'm being a bit mean. What are you voting in the election? Election? Workers' Party. Interesting choice. Why? I work for them. Good reason. Oh. You're not gonna ask me what I'm voting for? He looks at you for a long while. His rocky, endless wasteland of a face does not move an inch. Then he opens his mouth and mutters out. Okay. I too am voting for the Greens. Okay. That's all for now. Thank you, citizen. A glorious and powerful symbol of Vaska champion. Ooh. But what is that? A belt of dwarven kind. Mr. Cityman. You see a throng. I thought they said thong for a second. You just see a thong when talking to this guy. They're absolutely cheeked up. The smell of confined sweat reminds you of that summer you spent as a farmhand on the plantation. Terrible memories. Welcome to Asgalian Sanctuary on Tolstad. For short, ASD. Hell's bells, it's like they're stacked on top one of another. This just looks like an apartment. He draws in air through his teeth and looks around. We might not be well funded like you city folk, but we use what little we have to full efficiency. But now the question is, what can you do for the Asgalian Workers' Party? Yes, give me a quest, right now. The dwarf sucks in a deep breath through his teeth. Then he glances to his men before nodding slowly. We don't really need anything right now. What? No. Despair. I've got 5 men out on Waterlane docks. I'm repairing speeches and overseeing poster distribution, all in preparation for the Great March, day before Election Day. He looks like he's thinking of several other things he needs to be doing right now. So no real need for a spell-slinging cleric here, I'm afraid. Fair enough. It is what it is. Elections are won through organization and press, not magic. Those days are long gone. A fool speaks of things he does not understand. If you wish to help them, do not offer a cleric. Instead, offer assistance in their printing. Speak with Modissa. Whose apartment is this? Simi was kind enough to lend us the use of his home until the election. We thank you, Simi. You hear a voice in the back. No problem, Foreman. You know the tea shop that blew up? Tell me what you know. What I know? I know damn well how happy I am that none of my boys were inside at the time. Especially happy that none of the youths got hurt either. They spent a lot of time there from what I understand. The youths? The Asgal youth. It's a youngling corps. They mostly deal with teenagers and get them into the Asgal groove, as they say. He looks proud. Did you know the owners? The Birdman? No, I never spoke with him. Much with him. Something about him never struck quite right with me. And not just because of the voice thing, just... It seems like he was happy about hosting that youth's meetings and letting us have official drinking night with local workers. But he seemed to me an opportunist, if anything. Something about the way he acted. Not sure what. Just a gut feeling, you know? A man of intuition and little else. Where were you on your men on the day of the explosion? Busy, as always. Now, I can't keep track of every lad in here, but me, myself, I was in the palace at the time, applying for 5 or so PPGs alongside another foreman. I heard the boom, though. Most of the city probably did, right at noon. No one really seemed to care that much, even with the ball of smoke rising from Tolstad. I rushed over, of course. The fact that no one died was a miracle, and I'm not one to sign divine intervention for nothing. What are your thoughts on the explosion? Freestriders. For sure one of their ploys or plans or schemes that blew up in their faces. Maybe one of their hired hags, or an elemental mercenary gone rogue? Hag, a spellcaster focused on communing with powerful primal esoteric forces, always feminine, often employed as freelancers. They're very common around the coast, ever since the MHR initiative during the Coast War. I just know it. They're involved in this, and probably the owner, that drummer fellow as well. That's all about the tea shop for now. Good, good. What are you voting for in the election? Freestrider. Of course you... Excuse me? He gives you a clap on the arm and laughs. No, as Gallus, of course. What a stupid thing to ask. I like that about you. He cannot call you that. That's an insult. Are you calling me stupid? Get offended. He scoffs. Don't act like my cursed mother. It's only a jest, cleric. Don't be so sensitive. I want to know more about you, Alphonse. You do? Do you? Where are you from, dwarf? My life story, eh? I was born in the Billing, a city within the twin mountains of eastern Visca. It used to be a foul place, cleaned up in later years. It's the only VK settlement that's connected with the River Torna, so growing up I often spoke with Norvikian sailors. I was always fascinated by the world outside, especially since, as exiles, my people were in many ways viewed as outsiders among the underfolk. To not even be allowed to dig in your own mountains. What kind of life is that? What's this Bon Empress thing? My family. I'm a distant cousin with the ruler of Visca Rictum, something I'm not proud of. A name is just a name, but annoyingly it has helped me over the years. I wish to distance myself as much as possible these days. How did you end up becoming an Asgal? Chance, mostly. I emigrated with some family members. I was still young in my eyes. But coming to Norvik, suddenly being in your 30s meant that you were old. I liked it. I used my education as a Bon Empress to join dwarf human activist groups around the city, helping any way I could in various guilds, sometimes as a laborer, sometimes as a consultant. That's how I got into contact with the Asgalis party in its early days. I was not a founding member, but I was an assistant. Holding the title of third secretary of the Asgalis party was my crowning achievement for a long time. Now, some 20 years later, I'm a foreman. That means I report directly to the party council while still keeping my boots on the ground. That's the way I like it. Do you think dwarves belong here on the surface? An incendiary question. Dwarves belong where there is good, honest labor. That is, in my view, all along the coast, as well as below it. There are dwarves building oppressive empires under several bans. There are dwarves who build ships and journey dangerously close to Yours Point. There are dwarves who live in settlements, not unlike those of the 4 Nip halflings. Just like you humans, just like any folk along the coast, we are as adaptable as they come. A pillar of Asgal belief does not view people as cogs in a machine, but rather like slabs of sandstone, each shaped uniquely by lifetimes of toil. What do you think about humans? Like tall, skinny dwarves. Oh, look down at yourself. He stared at you for a moment, sternly, before bursting into laughter. We're all different, Mr. City Man. But trust me when I say that all creatures you meet around this strange coast of ours will always be more similar than we are different. Dwarf and human, man and woman, devil or angel. All bound by laws of nature, these rigid norms, and also, of course, a bunch of strange esoteric mechanisms. Yet a few words exchanged and defined us with the same terrible flaws and wonderful minds. So I like humans the same I like dwarfs. Don't you worry. Which party do you think will win the election? Party of Norvik. The nationalists are in the clear lead and will be until election day. Oh really? So you don't believe in an Asgal victory? He laughs. An Asgal victory you've already had, Mr. Cityman. The Workers' Party will get upwards of a fifth of the popular vote. 20%. Freestriders a bit over 20, and the Nationalists around about a quarter. Maybe 30% if they're lucky. Our current goal is to use these last few days to surpass the Freestriders, to limit the oppression of the working class. But the Nationalists will win the majority, this time. We can beat them together, my dwarven brother. For Asgal. He grabs you by the uniform and gives you a full body slam. Ouch! You argue the talking points of an Asgal with ease. For Asgal. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, Mr. Cityman. What if I'm here to shut down this entire operation? He glares at you for a moment. Then he bursts into laughter. Mr. Cityman, I can say many things about you, but unfunny is not one of them. I can't stop these Asgals, can I? No, you cannot. Oh, you could never. If you really want to shut them down, just go report the location of the Freestriders. Duh. If you try anything, any magic, we will break you. So stay on our good side, Mr. Cityman. He's joking. A bit. He's not joking. That's all for now. Thank you, citizen. Oh wait, I can interact with this. The machine groans. The human woman frantically checks the pipes and rolling cogs on a thick copper press. She just gives you a quick glance, but she seems to recognize you. Mr. Cleric, you again. How'd the delivery go? You care? Yes, I'm here to help the movement. She scoffs. It went fine, a bit delayed. I guess I should be thankful that you kept Rollo and his idiots from burning our papers. But I'm busy here, Cleric. Very busy. Can you be quick? Whatever it is you're here for? And why do you have this quiet HWBT guy with you? He weirds me out. Look, I'm just an observer, or a cleric handler, I guess. She lets out a short laugh. Okay, I get it. Cleric handler. That's good. Snell shrugs. What is that thing? One at the machine. Copper press, she answered without looking up. For the chant. Are you allowed to run a copper press in an apartment like this? You a friend or not? Can a friend ask about the legality of copper presses? She frowns. The city has a bunch of inane and quite frankly oppressive laws about what constitutes a legal printing business. All of it's bullshit, meant to keep people from printing stuff the city doesn't like. The city wouldn't do that, would it? You tell me. Since those who decide that what gets to go to print are also affiliated with the biggest political party in the city, things get morally dubious, but I can promise you we're on the right side of history here. There's no sense of doubt in her voice. Cool thing you've got going here. Thanks. Her voice drips with cold disdain. Did you set this whole thing up yourself? Why? You don't think I could? She does not want you to undermine her. It's impressive, no matter who you are. She clicks her tongue and glances at you. I'm the second forewoman among the youth Asgals. Forewoman? Yeah, she melts and glares at you. It's like a foreman with tits. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. She does not enjoy these man-piggy compliments. I'm sorry, I won't say that again. You know, that's on me. I should have known better. I apologize. My mentor, she founded the Youth Asgals from scratch, so I've got a lot to live up to. I've helped a bit before taking on the editing role, so I've run with the Youth Asgals since I was a kid. But I didn't expect to take over all the toll stats stuff. While I'm happy to do it, I'll admit that I'm spread a bit thin, and honestly, it's... She stops and clears her throat. Until the election, we're all giving it 200%. Now, do you have any other questions, or can I get back to work? Who writes all the articles? We've got a circle. Anonymous journalists. And no, I'm not giving you names. Come on, please. No. She sighs. But I do write a bit myself, mostly to fill the pages. You're both editor and writer? That sounds fun. Sure. What do you write? Page ops, mostly. Page op, a focused newspaper column featuring the opinions of a writer on a topic of relevance to a targeted audience. Tell me more. She groans and taps her machine. I write about current events. guild conflicts, strikes, corrupt officials. Illegal spell casting by clerics. Her eyes land on you for a few seconds. Anything the other newspapers won't touch, basically. What kind of writing are you inspired by? She laughs. I highly doubt you know any author I enjoy. Tough words from someone who probably only reads modern trash. Try me. She hits you with a grin. What have you unleashed? I enjoy Lady Same Kufrin. Her poem series should be mandatory reading for every young girl in Norfolk, if it were up to me. You'll be stuck here all day. Vittel Aberg is my favorite modern Asgal author. It's fiction, but it's like so much more than that. I also love Vanessa de Crawdad. She really has this, ethereal nature to her. Don't you agree? The last one's fake. You made that last one up. She laughs. You got me. Just want to make sure you were awake. Okay, any more? Oh, and politically, I'm really into the early works of Helga Hemlin as well. It's genuinely inspiring to read her collection of early texts back when the Norwegian suffragette movement was just getting started. Bad memories. Did you know she went from a peasant widow into the headliner of the biggest ever city protest in like the span of 4 months? Yeah, Mom worked a lot back then. She's probably the most. The girl stops talking and gives you a confounded look. I mean, she works a lot these days too. Her eyes widen. Your mom is Helga Hemlin? Yeah, so what? What are you yelling about? Modissa looks over to the dwarf. The cleric just claimed that his mom is Helga Hemlin. The human suffragette? Yeah. The other dwarfs start to mumble. Wait, you're not kidding, cleric? It's just my mom. Holy shit. The goblin turns away and mutters, that explains so much. That's crazy. Like, what the hell's? Yeah, crazy. Anyway, I have some other questions. No, I've got some questions. I guess I could answer some questions. Okay, well, I barely know where to start. Like, how is she as a person? Is she working on anything new? What's up with the Pro City forward in her latest collection? How much does she actually believe in the Asgalian analysis? What's she voting in the election? Your companion appears equally invested in the conversation. What am I, a dispenser of answers to questions? That's your role. Come on, just answer. That's usually your line. As a person, she complains a lot, mostly about me moving out. You live with your mom? Huh. Apartments are expensive. I suppose that's fair. But I always imagined that she was like the self-made woman that really cared about people, Sure, sounds like Mom. Wait, can I meet her? I'd love to do an interview, after the election, of course. I'm not... It's settled. Once this is all settled, I'll make sure to look her up with your recommendation. Now about that other stuff. I remember something about her writing a novel. She doesn't talk much about her work with me. Oh, that's cool. I was hoping for another collection, I guess. She doesn't talk to me a lot at all. Oh, well, she must be busy. There's books on Asgalian analysis in our library. Really? That's so cool. I mean, it's pretty obvious she's into historical materialism if you just read between the lines on our last columns in the Post. Historical materialism, a form of thought arguing that societies throughout time develop based on the way people produce and distribute goods, with these material conditions creating social classes with conflicting interests that drive historical change through inevitable struggles for power and resources. Historical materialism, a form of thought developed by Asgalian dwarves before their exile. It puts a shape of history upon the clash between social classes, ignoring the great beasts and arcanus who single-handedly shaped this world like soft clay. I think she's voting for the party of Norvik. What? Why? You must be mistaken. I saw her voting card the other day. It had PON crossed in. No way. But she's literally worked against the old guard of the Nationalists for her entire career. Very publicly. Why would she... She has a lot of friends in the current government. How do you think I landed a gig as a cleric? That's shocking. Huh. I'm still not sure I believe you, even. That's enough. No more answers to your questions. Fine. Well, now since you entertained me, I guess I can answer some more questions if you have any. Yeah, I've got some other things to ask. Is there anything I can do to be of assistance? She looks you up and down. You really want to help? Yes. Okay then. I do have a quest for you if you're up for it. Yes! Give me the quest. It's more of a task, really. Like a fetch quest. If it's got quest in the title, I'm up for it. Look, I've got a massive final printout before Election Day. It's going to be our best edition yet. I've already written an article that shows my vision for a radical and egalitarian revolution of Norvik. It'll be distributed all over the city, countryside included, but we're tight on ink. They must need a special type of ink to print with copper sheets. What type of printing ink do you need? Caldridge. It's produced in reeds and shipped around the coast. I usually get some off a vendor I know, but they're indisposed at the moment. Election stuff, you know. Why is she lying about this vendor? From what I understand, the entire shipment of quill wool cartridges is just stuck in the guild warehouse. Since I only need a single set of cartridges to finish off the election edition, I could just walk in there and snatch it. I've even paid for it already. But the Ascani Reach Trade Company controls it, and they will not let me inside. Not in 100 years. Why won't they let you inside? Free Striders? They wouldn't let a non-affiliated merchant inside in normal cases, but me being a known Asgal youth member, I'm for sure not getting inside. If you want to help the cause, that's one way to do it. It'll actually allow us to reach the entire city on election day instead of just like 60% of it. Tell me more about this vendor of yours. She shrugs. Some shady guy I barely know. Got the contact from my predecessor. I've already been to the warehouse. You have? Great. Just get inside. Do you sneak in, or are you friends with the AR? I snuck in, since I'm a sneaky little rogue. Oh, well, just get back in and get me the ink then. Please. I didn't see any ink when I was there last time. The box won't be just labeled ink, obviously. It should be labeled Caldridge R Special Cartridge Quill Wells. Just look around. I know the shipment's just sitting there. What a tongue twister. The expensive brands always are. Is there anywhere else I can find this ink you need? Nope, just a special quill wells will do. Arcano machines like this are picky beasts. They drink what they drink. If you can get in, check the guild warehouse on Waterlane. Tell me about your relation with the tea shop. Love that place. Not because it was good, but lots of memories there. So you spent a lot of time there? Oh yes, we held youth Asgal meetings there once a week. Really sad to see it gone. But I don't know what kind of trouble he ended up in, but I never expected Mr. Drummer to get into explosive trouble. She's not hiding anything from you. But she might be avoiding something. Something about this trouble. Tell me more about this non-explosive trouble Drummer got into. It's a point of contention. Rumors, really. I like rumors. Mr. Drummer might have had some type of deal with someone. He had people come and go at strange times, so he could only book the shop first meetings at specific times. Look, I didn't notice anything that weird. It was just... The HWBT, she says and glances at your companion. Or the Free Striders, maybe had a deal or something. But that's rumors. Nothing else. Nothing else? Not really. You just served tea and made that clacking sound. Alphas might know more. The dwarf glances over to you with a frown. Alright. Good. Anything else? What are you voting in the election? She stares at you. Then she looks at the large Asgal banner hanging on the wall. Are you kidding? Never. I'm voting green. Interesting. Do you want to know what I'm voting? Not really. Let your lower lip quiver. Yeah. Want anything else? Damn it. She's smarter than she looks. But can't you just ask me what I'm voting for just for fun? No. Anything else? I have some questions about you. You hear her let out a sigh along with a dwarven word. Orca. It's just... you seem annoyed. Right. Get on with it. Why don't you name yourself in the paper? It's an illegal paper cleric. Been there, done there, and so on. What? It's... Stop talking. She looks at you for a second and shrugs. What made you join the Asgal youth? Lots of things. I read Asgal for one. The Original Sin. Some great works of political literature. I also saw the socio-economic imbalance in Norwegian society growing up, and felt like I had to do something about it, you know? Oh, and I found a great mentor in Myron. A former leader and founder of the Asgal Youth. Currently the only female foreman among the Norvik Asgal Council. Myron? Yeah, she was a founder of the Youth Asgal. She taught me a ton. I've heard about her. Real troublemaker. Trouble is just another word for change. Suppose that's true. Myron. Where are you from? Grew up in housing, like everyone else it seems. Though my parents fled Reeds before I was born, the so-called revolution was a hard time for them. She looks a bit sad and wanting to change the subject. What about you? The hills, then on North Wall. You're a farm boy? Guess I could see that, as long as you vote green. How did you get this massive printer? Hand me down. She gives you a grin. I won't tell you more than that, Copper. Do you like milk, perchance? No. Even ignoring the ethical concerns with the production farms, which I won't, then it's still no. Yeah, don't even try to sell the milk to her. Keep the milk. The milk is yours. I see. You have a weak constitution. Scorned would be a good description of the expression she's giving you. Alright, no more, personal questions? Sure? She gives you a confounded, frankly disgusted look. That's all for now, thank you, citizen. Sisters, what a wonderful sanctuary you built here. It's central, and it's small. But we use what we got at full efficiency, everything particular. Questions can be answered. Now we're very busy, but I'll guarantee some of our time. Okay. So, oh, I can interact with this too. The machine hums in the corner. The Copper era, a wonder of the late Arcane era. Look over the machinery. It's humming along. They keep it running since it's usually a hassle to get the Mago engine going. The girl's exchanging some parts, probably tinkering with the autopress plates. It's time-consuming to set up a copper press for a print, but once it's going, it can go forever. Or until it runs out of ink. How does this thing work, like actually? It's a series of thin copper plates or wafers are magically configured to align with the alignment pages. This process takes time. Stacking the wafers in the right order and making sure the pages are lined up properly can take many test prints. Can I sabotage this machine? There's potential there. If you disrupt the calibration bad enough, you'd fuck up their entire production pipeline. And while you'll get into a real mess if you were spotted, you wouldn't fuck up that bad, would you? Agent Vera would be very happy you did, of course. Let's not. Sure, could be trouble. I want to help them out. They seem like cool dudes. Okay, so I have to go see the... Yeah, I have to go see the landlord and tell him about the light thing, maybe. Because I think that door was related to it. Yeah. So I'll see if I can go do something about that. I think I know where he is. He should be... over here? Oh, did I miss him? Damn. Oh, there's created something in it. Shard of your... Ooh, apples. This guy. Let's get strong. We will get so strong, it's unreal. That's what I need. This is no ordinary imp. His stature and position implies a former rank. A greater devil? What kind of game is he playing? Braxo. He works for the upper city echelon and knows more than you'll ever hear. This tiny form is a convenience. Keep him as your friend. He will be useful. And he's lawful evil, of course. Interesting. So, can I do anything with that information? Hello again, cleric. Can I help you? He's not exactly happy to speak with you, but he's happy to gain your favor. Okay, let's see. There's nothing new, but that's some cool little lore. A satchel. It looks greasy. Oily instructions. A page of hard-to-read text titled "A Gnome Starter Guide to Esoteric Memorization." You hold up the paper, finding it to actually be a torn-out page of a book. The name in the margin suggests the book is called "The Gnome Starter Guide to Esoteric Memorization." Read it. It's quite lengthy. The goblin leans in over your shoulder and reads it as well. The first step to understanding esoteric memorization is understanding the underlying powers at play. Your strings stretch across his coast, invisible to the eye, yet connected to all things living and dead. A spell is simply a set of rules you must follow in order to manipulate those strings into an esoteric effect. Yet those rules themselves are esoteric in nature. As such, most wizards will find it impossible to remember more than a handful of spells at a time. I got 6 spells, man. Heh. Newbie wizards, maybe. Oh? How many can you remember? I'm more of a feelings kind of spellcaster. I don't care for numbers or rules or logic. Uh-huh. He turns back to look at the page. Keep reading. This is the big divide between cantrips and actual spells, as cantrips are both easy to remember and will not consume a spell slot. Spell slots are the common representation of how many spells of each spell level a caster is able to perform without rest. As a gnome, you're naturally gifted in the art of illusion magic. Other schools will be more difficult to memorize. A suggested harmless spell to use in training is a first level spell, Grease. To increase your chances at memorization, attempt to cast it at least 2 times a day. In the margins is a handwritten note that you manage to spot. It's written hastily in bold, like the author really wanted to hype themselves up. It says, every evening and every lunch break at work, remember, you can do it. Oh no. You deduce that this did not pan out well for the author. Oh, magnificent deduction, you truly are a genius. Yes, true. The goblin leans out over the ridge looking down into the river. Damn. Poor, poor gnome. An esoteric mishap. Magic is a blade without a handle and so on. Indeed, Grease is a dangerous spell. Intensely dangerous. Learn the spell. You quickly memorize a piece of paper. That's something at least. Oh, it's a bird. Oh. You see a bird sitting on the halfway bridge ruins. It's large, its beady eyes staring out into nothing. Greetings, servant of the river. The bird does not appear to react to you. The giant seagull. You have a number of traumatic run-ins with them during your youth. Giant seagull, a native Ascani bird. They are an opportunistic feeder upon the coast, hunting the various large and monstrous fish and crustaceans, as well as scraps left by folk. They are seldom aggressive despite their size. They are normally not a danger to anyone. You think this birdie knows something, Snell?
Huh?
I don't know, cleric. It's a gull. Pet the birdie. As you reach forth, the gull doesn't seem to react until it snaps at your fingers. Don't. He reads books? Did not expect that. Pet the birdie. I want to keep petting the bird. Are you sure? This doesn't seem too smart. Do not anger the beast. It's calm, just sitting there. It has done nothing to you and clearly wants to be left alone. Why do you deal with creatures like this? This is below you. Wait, I can put on that helmet. It'll give me a +2. So I can pet the... Maybe I can pet the bird just fine. Where's the apple? And let me... Hold on. Where's my clericals? Let me have some incense. Can I pet it now? It snaps at your fingers and you quickly pull away. Are you for real? Pet the bird again. You will lose your fingers eventually. Okay, fine. I'm watching. Try it again. What? It didn't work? How shocking. Maybe 3 more times and things will change. I think I read about this in a book at some point. Something about repeating past mistakes and the idiocy of man. What a rude bird. I'm proud of you, cleric. You really tried your best. But yeah, it's time to stop. I don't think this is working, but maybe. Try one more time. Indeed, maybe. It's risky, but if you try really hard, I can do it. One final shot, pet the bird. I hate my life. Oh my god, I don't. Get ready. You got it in you. The power to pet. Reach forth and pet the bird faster than you've ever done before. In a piercing motion like a spear stabbed into the heart of an ice troll, your gloved hand reaches forth and touches the bird on the back. Half a second later, you pull back. The quickest pet in history. Success. The bird didn't even have to react. It looks distraught for a moment as it realizes it's been petted. Wait, what's this? In your excitement, you fail to notice that you accidentally pulled a feather from the bird. Well, finders keepers. A shriek. Flapping of wings. And then, oh shit. Oh shit, shit. Okay. Goblin yells and scrambles to get ready for a shot. Ah, get off me. Yeah, hold still. Hold still? Flail your arms harder. We'll try to hold still. That's not bad. A +2 is good. I got the lowest. It wasn't good enough. The bird relentlessly talons at you, its shrill call burrowing into your brain. Hold on. Seagulls don't have talons. It must be a mutt. Quickly, do something. Come on, birdie. The goblin mutters to himself before firing a shot with his sling. The snap sound pierces your ears before the bullet flies past your head. Damn it, I said hold still. It does not hit the seagull, who's still fiercely focused on his prize, gouging your damn eyes out. Oh my goodness. The seagull then launches a successful strike against your neck and face. It stings, for now. Soon it will be worse. The bird is making a full-on assault. This has to be illegal. Rules of nature. You must conform. You've angered the bird snapped. This is not a surprising turn of events. Is this really all I can do? What did you expect? A man can either fight or die. You must defend your orifices. Snell, don't just stand there. I'm not. Lie down and curl up into a little ball and shout, I do not consent. It's the best shot I got. Oh no. You attempt to go down covering your weak spots, but the bird won't let you. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna die. Okay, I'm good. It scratches and grabs your shoulders as if it's attempting to fly away with you. It could succeed. The bird's screech intensifies as you attempt to do something. Anything. Just, you need to destroy this beast. Okay, this time, he aims his shot carefully. Not missing. He snaps his sling with a determined swing. He snaps his sling with a determined swing and shooting the bullet right into the side of the giant seagull. Kya! Kya! Is that what a seagull sounds like? I hope so. Who's pinging me? As you take a deep breath, you realize the bird is gone. Got him. Great job, Snell. Sure, anytime. Looking around, the bird appears to be already far, far away. That's pretty intense. I'm just happy the seagull didn't target me. It could have easily picked me up and, you know, dropped me into the river. That was the biggest threat, of course. The biggest annoyance, maybe. Have you ever been picked up by a giant seagull? No. Luckily, it's not a common occurrence. Otherwise, goblins would not be living this close to the river. I lived, but this attempt on my life was severe. I must recover now. Yeah, that... Well, at least I got something out of it. What did I get? Plume of Righteousness. Feather from a seagull. Placing it upon your head gives you an air of superiority, masculine power, and capital R righteousness. Oh my god, it's literally just on my head. Is it? Or... Oh yeah, it's just floating around. I think like my dex a little more though, because that doesn't really do much. Unless... Do I do a little bit of a weird combo here, perhaps? That just lowers my stats. What am I doing? Here, I'll just do this. I think I should probably rest, because I have 1 exhaustion. And I think that lowers my stats. Or some, yeah, lowers some stuff, so I'll try to rest, maybe. Ooh, that looks cool. All this looks cool. I'll see what this person's up. Dexterity. Can I increase it further? I can. My helmet. And I have advantage. Let's go. Okay, 22's not bad. A kid's working his ass off getting that bread. He must be doing that optional weekend school. He's level 1 child worker. He'll go far in life with that attitude, but that fire under his ass must have been lit by something fierce. He's a jumpy fellow, a survivor, type of kid that's used to making it on his own. You relate to his fear. The kid doesn't want to end up like his old man, forgotten by time and space in the city. I guess I'll rest then. Short rest. Spend 1 hour to recover. Gain 1d8 HP. Remove 1 level of exhaustion. Restore 1 spell slot. After resting, all dice checks are unlocked. Alright. 4 hit points. Lowered exhaustion by 1 level. Good. Managed to restore 1 first level spell slot. Sweet. Nice with the breather, but we got work to do. Hey, we've been working for a while, man. I'll eat some apples. Wait, can I behold this kid again? I can. Maybe I can get the 25. Come on. Let's go! He's grieving, but he's keeping it together for his brother. They both have ways of dealing with it. Arn will grow up to be a great capitalist. I see. Hello, kid. Can I have anything? DC 15 in dexterity check. I see. I will not attempt that. Hello there, sir. The kid behind the counter taps a pile of newspapers. You a postie? What the fuck did... No, I'm not swearing to a kid. I read magazines. Great. We've got a bunch. You like fiction? Tall tales of terrible tombs? Or maybe the Weekly Homestead if you're looking for a new place. I like fiction. Same. There's so much shit out, though. Hard to know what's decent. Okay, never mind. He swears. Uh, the kid looks distraught. Never mind. Welcome to the pillar kiosk. How can I help you today, sir? He looks around. Do you want to buy something? Yes. Well, no, I actually have questions for you. Questions? About what? Clear questions. Okay. He looks down the road. Not too much traffic lately, so sure. If my boss shows up, you gotta buy something, though. Can you just tell me the news? The boy stares at you. He's thinking of how to explain this to you. So, here's the thing. We sell newspapers here. If I just tell you the news, we won't get any money. I'm in a rush. Just give it to me. The kid glances around the corner of the shop. Then he shrugs. Fine, but don't tell anyone. The kid grabs a copy of the Post and starts reading. Sad. Would have been more fun if we grabbed News in Norvik. That one's mostly rumors and sensationalist bullshit. It's great. News in Norvik, the second biggest newspaper in the city. Free Strider aligned. Infamous for the gossip and lowbrow journalism. Election week. 5 parties above exclusion limit. Polling shows the Nationalists ahead at 40%. Wow. Free Shires and Asgalis being behind at 20 each. The Arcanists and Agrarians are holding just above the limit at around 5% each. These polls are mainly done in rich areas, you know, the human areas. Can't always trust the polls. The party of Norvik still won't comment on the missing paladin. This Gorm-skulled man fellow's been gone for months at this point, but here's a drama. Skulled man, the first noble house in to be raised by Earth after the founding of Norvik. Famously formed during a party where Johilda, the bard with the silver voice, performed for Earth, and he joined it so much that he immediately named her nobility and gave her a piece of the city to watch over. Her descendants became loyal servants to this day. He was last spotted heading down into the city below. Maybe he's stuck fighting undead or something. Or maybe he's dead, you know, after having fought some undead, or whatever. Perfect place for Paladin. He stares at the bottom of the page. Apparently the party of Norfolk is going to hold the election without him on the official list of members. The Lord Patriarch Axam cannot be reached for comedy, it says. Patriarch Axam, the head of the state of Norfolk and leader of the party of Norfolk. He's an old man and is not involved with campaigning. He runs the city from the palace. Ah, so Food Lord Trollmord will now head the list, and Coin Lord Darrell will be number 2. I wonder how that'll go. Food Lord, the magistrate handling agriculture, fishing, city stockpiles, rural communities, poor laws, food safety standards, and organizing festivals. Currently held by Yurkavol Trollmord in the Dvagarby district. God, I can't say words. I'm not saying that. One of the districts in Norvik, located in and around the Great Steam Pit in northwestern Norvik. Great Steam Pit, a deep crevice in northwestern Norvik that's connected with the river via a canal. A centerpiece of that place I can't say. Trollmord, a house founded by Nope, a peasant who slaughtered several trolls alongside Earth during the conquest. He was granted a high position in the city due to his bravery. Too bad for Lord Gorham, unless he's found before the actual election day, of course. If you're heading down into the city below, you should look for him. Yes, I should. I will find this legendary paladin. Nice. Anyway, he mutters and turns the page. Asgalis rallies held all over the city. There's an op-ed about how the chant is being printed illegally and needs to be stopped. If anyone knows the location of the printers used in producing the chant, please inform your nearest Free Charter office immediately. You don't sell a chant here, do you? No, sir. No legal papers here. He turns the page. The Agrarian Party has lost almost the entire working class vote. Over half the city guilds are giving official support to the Green cause. A shame. Yeah, the Agrarian Party seems to be out of the race more or less, along with the Arcane Circle in their conversational lobby. The Arcane Circle, a small political party in Norfolk. In the latest poll, they had a 0.5% of the votes. It is run by Rubric Prax and his apprentices at his infamous rotating tower in Ostrograd. Rubric Prax, supposedly the last living member of House Prax, leader of the fledgling Arcanist movement in Norvik, head of the Party of Magic, and one of the most powerful wizards in the city, at least beyond the domain of the towers. House Prax, one of the many magocratic families active during the Coast War, famous for the golems and esoteric architecture, along with, of course, creating the Curse Lands. Curse Lands, 50,000 square miles, cursed to forever stand as an esoteric gateway to a pure negative energy plane. For scale, that's about the size of the entirety of the land today held by the Norvikian city-state. So now it's a 3-way tie from what I can see. The latest poll shows 36% to the Party of Norvik, 20% to the Revolutionary Free Striders Party, 24% to the Asgal Workers' Party. At this rate, the Green cause will win it on landslide. The kid starts flipping the rest of the pages. You voice the concerns of an Asgalis. Right. That's it, I guess. But interesting. What? No, I just Realize there's no mention of the tea shop yet. Guess you're keeping it out of the news cycle. Who is? The city, I guess. That's all the news. You want more info, you gotta buy one. What do you know about the owner of the tea shop? Except that what do you know about the tea shop? Except that it exploded? That part's pretty obvious, I guess. I was here, you know. Saw it with my own 2 eyes. Look over your shoulder towards the tea shop across the street. I heard it too. Definitely heard it. Walk me through it. Okay, I set up the kiosk at dawn. By noon, the morning rush had calmed down. I remember the bike rack being full. Waterlane workers mostly commute on the new bridge in Flotilla, but the halfway bridge does see a fair share of bikers every day and night. But by noon, it was pretty dead, which is great. Let this work for me. Also, no dead in the streets. That too, sure. I hid in the back, thought it was a, attack. He's implying political motivation. How loud was it? Super loud. And shaky, too. I almost fell over. What about the fire? I felt the heat even all the way over here. It was like, the kid gestures a large sphere for you. Really weird fire. Then he mutters, shrinking the size of the imagined spear. Gone in an instant. Weird fire. Yeah, it was like... Look, it's gonna sound really weird. Just lean in and say, I like weird. It was blue. Blue fire indicates extreme temperatures. Only for the split second. When I looked again, the whole building was on fire. But it was normal looking fire. So I might have imagined it. Did this fire speak to you? He stares at you. Like a conversation? No, like a divine message or something. I don't know. I don't know what that would be like. Did you see anyone suspicious? Not really. Just the normal types. A goblin was arguing with a human by the temple. Just some mild shouting about some business thing. Otherwise pretty dead around noon here usually. Anything else you notice? How about the bird? The goblin chimes in. Reflections of your esoteric inside. Yeah, sure. I did see Mr. Drummer. He's the owner of the tea shop. Former tea shop. Usually the tea shop opens in the afternoon on workdays. So it's not weird to see him walking around all day. Chatty fellow. Buys a lot of newspapers. Where was he going? Don't know. Saw him leaving the tea shop right before noon. Right before noon? Yeah. Right before the massive explosion occurred? The kid clicks his tongue. When you put it like that... Look, I don't know where Mr. Drummer is or where he went. I just saw him rushing down the stairs. Guessing he headed for Waterlane like everyone does. Did anyone else enter or leave the tea shop? No, just Mr. Drummer, he says, confidence in his voice. It was a boring day, so I pretty much just watched people all morning. Mr. Drummer was the only one I saw leaving the tea shop all day. Well, until the explosion. Did you see him enter? He stops and thinks. Actually no. I guess I never saw him enter that morning, so I guess he must have slept there or entered before dawn. And no one else entered all morning? Not a soul. Usually not too many people there in the morning, or forenoon really. Forenoon, that's a good word. I like that. People should say that more often. Feels very Norvikian. Yeah? I saw it in that Asgal newspaper once. They like using dwarfish words like that. Though my brother doesn't want me reading those copper papers. Copper paper. Newspaper printed on magical copper sheets. The quality of the final newspaper suffers when using this method of production, but its popularity has skyrocketed with indie papers around the coast using it. Still pretty expensive to use, but nowhere near as costly as using proper arcane era pressing machines. Keep reading Asgal content, kid. Don't listen to your brother, he's probably a fascist. The kid nods along. Anyway, about the tea shop owner. Yeah? Did Drummer act strange when he left? Just in a hurry? Maybe? Saw him shuffle towards the stairs to Circle Square. Probably heading down to Waterlane. Why Waterlane? It's the only place to go? Either that or the Goblin Garden, or the city below. I don't think Mr. Drummer is a city below type of bird. Are you sure you saw him? Move on. Absolutely. No doubt. He trails off, muttering to himself. He went downstairs to Pillar Crossing, that's all I saw. He's trying his best to remember. I've been going over it in my head. Pretty, shocking stuff. He's just a kid. Shouldn't have to deal with such terrible things. Can you tell me about the owner of the tea shop? Mr. Drummer's a customer. Seems nice enough for bird folk. A passively racist comment. I've heard he hangs out at the Sphinx a lot, and that he's got connections with all sorts of folk. All sorts of folk? Politically. Asgals use the tea shop a lot. I've got some buddies involved in that scene. That's all about the tea shop. Alright. About the owner of this kiosk. Oh, my boss? Thalasos? He's a pretty nice merman. What do you want to know? Your boss is a merman? Yeah. He's in the river a lot. Likes fishing. What does he do around here? He stocks a stall, usually really early in the morning. Beyond that, I think he just does other stuff. He owns a bunch of properties around the city, so he's usually pretty busy. I spoke with him, actually. Nice bloke. He is. Some people call him an impressive landlord. Mostly the dwarves that come by here. But he's real nice once you get to know him. What does he pay you? I get about 5 crowns an hour. That's a really good salary for someone my age. Uh, you should... Yes, I don't know. You should be paid better for your service here. Maybe? I've heard you're supposed to get paid more when you're older. My brother says more experience equals a better salary. As long as you feel like you're selling your labor at a fair price. Just remember to stay vigilant. I sound like a communist. You sure? I don't really know what that means, but yes, absolutely. He's trying to avoid the subject, to not cause you to become more aggressive. I got some other things I want to ask. Right. Do you know a Frank, son of Frank? No, not really. His eyes shot open for a split second. He's lying. Just look at his eyes move around like that. The kid likes money. Give him some and he'll sing. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Slide him a crown. Yes, it is more yapping swat. The kid stares at it. Really? He means it as, are you really giving me that much money for some silly information? Clear your throat and hand him 9 additional crowns. A tip. His eyes go wide. Then he gladly pockets the coins and gives you a nervous smile. Thanks. You gave him a lot, you bribed him. Convince him to tell you through the power of social manipulation. The power of manipulation flows through you. It's an esoteric effect, really, because you know exactly what to tell this young lad. If there's anything else you remember, the city needs to know, kid. Glare at him. Okay, maybe. Oh, there is one more thing. He enjoys the attention. I saw some dude with a big yellow backpack. That was earlier in the morning, but he stood out like a sore thumb. Plus he bought a Free Strider magazine. That's evil, manipulated kid. Whatever to solve the mystery, man. A Free Strider magazine? Yeah, one of those open up the port signs. Bunch of bullcrap. The kid thinks about it. The fellow wasn't Earthfolk. Fancy clothes covered in dirt. My guess would it be a Rezian merchant. Felt like he was trying to hold a low profile. Why would you guess that? He was tan, in March. Even the hardiest farm guilders won't look that dark until the river run. Felt like he was trying to hold a low profile. Did you get his name? I asked since he was so out of place. But he gave me a fake name and a thumbs up. The kid shakes his head. Ridiculous. Ask him, what was the fake name? Frank, son of Frank. Guy was, fucking with me. Street kiosk kid swearing like a sailor. Did you see where he went? Yeah, down. Said he had an important meeting below, whatever that means. What did he look like? I don't know, curly black hair, short beard. Take your time. The kid thinks about it. The fellow, okay, I just said all of this. What was the fake name? Frank. The guy was fucking. Thanks for the information, citizen. No problem. You want some milk? I'm okay. Is that a question or statement? It's... I don't know. You wouldn't be able to afford my milk anyhow. The boy squints at you. How much is it? 2,000 crowns a bottle. He stares at you slack-jawed. That's what I assumed. Yeah, that's a bit out of my budget. Sorry. I could buy some newspapers. Hold on. Yes? Never mind. Okay, bye. Wait, I think if I get... I can't even increase my charisma, though, I think. But I'm pretty sure if I increase my charisma, I can haggle. I just can't do that right now. Although, these give me stat bonuses. Are any of these, like, really good? I'll think about it. There's a questing tree. Okay, so that's the tea shop. I haven't even got in there yet. Dexterity. Behold. 13. Halfling Stormblood, level 2 entrepreneur, a skilled merchant, businesswoman, halfling entrepreneur. Man, you could learn a shit ton from someone like her. Her goods are procured from all over the coast. Her goal, the journey itself, and of course, to herald the power of capital. She's damn good at it. Let's talk to her. Beneath the shadow of a gnarly statue sits a girl wrapped in colorful garments. She's wearing some sort of hat with an attached veil covering her face. On the ground around her, upon a fancy rug, you see an assortment of strange trinkets. Some of them have quite potent esoteric auras. She tries to say something, but is clearly unable to due to her heavy layers of insulation. Sorry? She lifts up a small arm from underneath the layers, ripping the hat mask from her face. I said, "Gods, it's so cold here." You see how her skin has a faint blue tint. That, along with her small figure, makes it obvious to you. She is a halfling. One of Stormblood descent, originating from the Windcrack Mountains. Windcrack Mountains, a mountain range in eastern Kargamesh that holds an esoterically hollow, cavernous biome, famous for its harsh winds and a surprisingly flat steppe at the bottom, near and around the gravity flip. Oh, cool! You're an elemental! She clicks her tongue a few times. Old Filler here is the elemental, not me. She taps the statue behind her with an evil grin. Let me introduce us formally. This here behind me is my guardian. Cruel Wing, Wing Cruelty, Flying Evil, something like that. I call him Filler. A gargoyle. Earth elemental. Terribly powerful. Him? The one and only. As for me, I am Oyugi, the traveling wind. She who brings that which tingles around the coast, from band to band. Her voice carries in a wonderfully exotic tonal melody. My services are available to you, if you have the coin. I have coin. Wonderful to hear. Though I'm still getting used to this, what do you call it here? Crown? Yes. Give me your crown, and you shall have great treasures. No dungeoneering required. She speaks strangely, somewhat. It's like she knows the language perfectly, but the way she talks is off. Ah, of course, she's under the effect of tongues. Tongues, a third-level divination spell. It grants a target the ability to understand all languages, and for the target's speech to be understandable by any sentient learner. The goblin clears his throat and gives the halfling a bow. So you're that Kargameshian vendor that came by the other day. Oh, I am popular then. She gives the goblin a glare. You're affiliated with this dragon I hear about? Yeah, everything work out with the application? It did. Send my regards to your queen. She's not a... Sure, I'll do that. He gives you a nod and steps back. What do you say, warrior? Make my time worth it here in the cold? Hand turn AEFA. You're a local entrepreneur, right? I suppose, she says and grabs a paper. Ah, one of these. I see. Not entirely sure I reach the requirements of being a local, but I suppose it can't hurt to look over the legals here. Thank you. I like to browse your wares. Great. What can I interest you in? For example, she pulls a yellowed scroll from her chest. This here's a scroll of comprehend languages. Handy if you need to decipher some ancient text with a foreigner. I do need that. I would assume so. At such a great price. I apologize that the handwriting is a bit rough. I got it from a gnomish gentleman in Fort Jenny. A pixie-dusting fiend of a man. That's all for now. Okay. So, you have a license to sell wares here? Yes, I got it approved this forenoon. Not the best bureaucracy I've encountered around the coast, but certainly not the slowest. Your companion gives you a quick thumbs up as you glance at him. She's cool. If you can't handle the... Oh, I don't want to say that. Oh, I'll say it anyways. If you can't handle the cold, you shouldn't be in Ascani. She gives you a mocking laugh. I hail from the Sarki Ilmutin, what you call the Windcrack Mountains. I've known cold. I'm birthed from it. But I'd say you're insane to not prefer the more temperate bands. Some parts of Reeds are positively acceptable at all times of year. That does sound nice. Right? If you're ever out and about, I can recommend the beaches in western Vorgen. Just don't travel too far east. The heat of Heishi is too apparent. That's a powerful spell you're using to speak my language. It is. But don't worry, I'm not Great Wizard. It is skin picture. Oh right, what do you call it here? You have a specific term for it. Some words do not appear to translate properly. She taps her lips and looks at you. A kiss picture? No. She squints at you. The halfling is not sure if he just said something idiotic or if her translation failed. I paid a lot for it in Heishi. Fun fact, the inking was actually performed by a mummified frog woman in Honora. They are an anti-Cepalian people, beasts of yore. That sounds interesting. Sure does. Took 2 weeks before anything I ate didn't taste like corpse does. But it was worth it. What do you know about the tea shop? She looks to her right. It is not in great condition. Mm-hmm. Okay. What about you, Snell? What do you think about the tea shop? He looks to his left. Yeah, it's fucked. She lets out a snorting laugh. I'm sorry. Haha. I do not believe that was translated correctly through my magic, she explains and puts herself together. If your knowledge of Kargameshian entomology is accurate, then it most likely translated into something akin to, I want to have sex with the tea shop. No. Anyway, I do not know much as to why it became this way. I arrived in the afternoon on the day it happened, you see. Do you have proof of that? Yes. Oh, what kind of proof? She's clear. I've already checked her. Good. I do not want to be implicated in some strange crime. Not after that time I was jailed in joyful frog sleep. Glance at her statue. So that elemental can cast fireball then. She makes a strange playful oohing sound. No warrior. He can do much harm, but no fire. Squint. I could probably take him. She gives you a wide smile. No, you cannot. Have you heard anything about it? Just that it exploded. But people tend to not want to speak about it much, from what I've noticed. Almost like it's none of their concern. Or all of their concern. What's it like back in your homeland? Her eyes look down. My home is not in great shape, I'm afraid. There's strong inequality among planes touched. Great warlords rage across the borders to Feltire. The Gem Princess hold monopolies at every port. The deep cities remain in a... She stops herself from ranting. The halfling holds deep, troublesome feelings about leaving her home behind in such a state. It's a wonderful place with wonderful folk. But I wish it would be more like this place sometimes. Ascan is full of conflict as well. It's a wild band after all. True, but just like post-war Dimonor, as in Reeds, there's great order being established. One even trumping the esoteric forces at work around the coast. I hope it spreads further. That's all I wanted to ask. Good, and good luck. What are you voting in the election? I heard there was an election ongoing. I'm lucky to have arrived at such an exciting time. So, what are you voting? I only just arrived, warrior. Now I have visited Norfolk a few times before, but I do not believe that constitutes me for receiving voting rights, does it? I think it should. Why not? I can see a handful of reasons why a city should not hand out citizenship or voting rights to anyone who visits. Name 3. Okay, she thinks about it for a second. A foreign power can move in their own people and undermine the locals. It would be much easier for parties to fake the existence of entire people and fudge election results. And I suppose it could lower the value of citizenship from an emotional point of view, if nothing else. Good points. You came up with those very quick. She giggles. I often debate such topics in my travels. It's fun. Now, if I did have voting rights, I'd vote for the Asgalis, I think. I admire the spirit of cooperation I've seen between human and dwarf. Sometimes I wish more people in my homeland share the same values. We'll be sure to spread Asgalism far and wide once we win this election. She gives you a kind smile. I like the sound of that, warrior. I really like that helmet up there. Why is it hanging on your statue, friend? Oh, that's just a warning. You operate strictly along Asgalis party lines. Last adventurer tried to steal from me, left it behind. You can buy it if you want, if you dare. Why do you call me warrior? That is what you are, is it not? Might be a bad translation. Do you prefer Dreamweaver, or perhaps Holy Boy? Dreamweaver sounds awesome. Well, it is very hard to say on my end, so I will stick with warrior. Tell me more about yourself. Oh, you want a deep dive? Real deep. Well, where to even begin? I've had many experiences in my travels. It might lead you to purchase one of my items, then I will share. How difficult is it to turn profit with a business like this? Surprisingly, not very. I purchase where goods are cheap and sell them in places where they are less so. It works surprisingly well, as soon as I figured out the cheat. Cheat? My little secret is... listening. Oh. I make sure to keep an ear out among travelers, merchants. Sailors especially. They talk a lot when they get drunk. I met an Ascani native once in a port in Vorgini. I think it was Listan, a small port city in East Vorgini, known for its terrible wine production and infestation of talking, screaming cockroaches. Over the course of an evening, I showed him 10 magic items, and I priced each at an exorbitant level. Way more than I would ever dream of selling them for, since I've gotten them for very little. He reacted like I was insane to each of them, except for when I showed him a minor alchemy drug that could only produce cow's milk. And all of a sudden, he thought it was a great deal. I made a fortune in my last few trips to Norfolk through a dozen of those jugs alone. The goblin can barely contain his laughter. I love that story. Do you come to Norfolk often? In the last year, a few times. It has been a very profitable route for me. But I will be going further soon, since, well, I've yet to get my circumnavigation blessing. Circumnavigation blessing. Any individual who completes a full turn around the coast is rewarded with an esoteric boon suspected to be from Yor himself. This usually grants the user the ability to cast a cantrip prestidigitation, whatever, at will. That spell I don't want to say. A very convenient but difficult to master transmutation cantrip. It can do pretty much anything from heating to your cleaning clothes to creating minor sensory effects or temporary objects. It's extremely versatile, and a talented user is able to wield it into even greater forms of usefulness. Is it really worth the trouble? Possibly not. She holds out her hand and and creates a sparkling blue mist appear above it. I already know prestidigitation, of course, so it's entirely for the fun of it. A personal achievement, if you will. So we'll see when I get around to it. But I've heard how difficult it can be to pass Yim these days, so I'll be looking forward to the challenge. I've never even been to Western Divinatorum either. Exciting. How do you travel? By ship, almost exclusively. Sometimes I serve as a boat mage, joining vessels with much broader shipments than my little trinkets. But I've traveled a lot with unaligned sailors as well. It's usually a bit more fun that way, albeit more dangerous also. One time I joined a crew of Ma pirates. I swear I was this close to being a dinner sacrifice to the Nalfeshin in charge. When I used a powerful wind transmutation to save the ship from sinking in a rough storm, all of a sudden I was a guest of honor. Wouldn't do it again, though. Demons make for the worst pirates. All chaos and no fun. What's your view on the Clanland's trouble? My view? She looks around her shoulder. Off the record? Off the record. In that case, I'm entirely sympathetic. The Fordham Commonwealth has been broken in half, thousands subjugated into a hostile foreign invading nation. My people fought for their independence for decades. What I see here is a repeat of Kargameshian history played out right now upon the Golden Line. We stand by our Ascani cousins. Are you worried about celestial influence? As a merchant, I can tell you firsthand of their power across the coast. Every port, every trade route, every company, they have investments everywhere. Why are you so invested? They're clearly not the same type of halfling as you. You see our minor aesthetic differences as a major enough barrier for us to not feel that shared experience. There are two responses to this. The first, our skin color does not matter in the grand scale. The second, even for entirely different folk types, I still hold the view of independence. That is my view. Do you want to buy some milk for me? Milk, you say? Yes. From a cow? Potentially. Is it fresh? Potentially. Are you carrying around bottles of milk? Potentially. How much would this milk cost? 2,000 crowns per bottle. How large is this bottle? Potentially. Interesting. So you'll buy one? No. But very interesting. You're really leading me on here. She says nothing and just smiles. How dastardly. That's all for now. Thank you, merchant. So what can I get? Let's see. Ilmian Ointment, DC 13. Dream Patch, DC 19. Bone Dust, DC 18. Incense, DC 7. Ring of Spent Wishes, DC 19, but it's a +2 Charisma. Armet, DC 13, +1 Strength, +1 Charisma, -1 Wisdom, -1 Intelligence, an empty F-Ready bottle. +1 Intelligence, +1 Wisdom, -1 Constitution, and advantage against elementals. I think I'll wait for now. And then I have Greece and comprehend languages. For the duration, you understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that you hear. You also understand any written language that you see, but you must be touching the surface on which the words are written. This spell doesn't decode secret messages in a text or glyph, such as an arcane sigil that isn't part of a written language. Grease. Slick grease covers the ground in a 10-foot square centered on a point within range and turns it into low-friction, difficult terrain for the duration. So it's very hard to sell milk that costs $2,000 a bottle. I'll be back in a second, gang. gang. Let's see. I haven't even, like, touched the tea shop yet. Although... I would like to maybe talk with a few people. Let's see. I do want to see if I can learn... Oh, what's that pipe? I do want to see if I can learn some magic. Oh wait, no, I need to go to... Where's that? Viskin? Yeah, I gotta go see Viskin. Hold on, let me interact with this wall. Can you call this art? Place your hand upon the wall. Tell me your secrets. Actually, I wonder if comprehend languages could help me understand that. Let's see. Let's see if I can know a little bit more about this guy. Nope. Hello. Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows her every move with cold, unflinching eyes. Master, so you behave. I have some questions for you. Short question, go. You know who this is? Point at Snell. The goblin sneers. Goblin. How much time do you think you need to finish this game? Probably a bit. It's gonna take me a bit for this run, because I'm reading everything out, so... I'm only on the second day, too, and I've done, like, I've done, like, 3 streams before this. This is my 4th. Yeah, sure. Good enough. I'm Goblin. I haven't managed to sell any milk yet. Cleric, keep at it. You must sell. Sell well, work hard. The spirit of this little kobold. It's very entrepreneurial. Thank you for your time. Intelligence. Can I increase my intelligence any further? I don't think I can, which is a shame. Yeah, I can't. But I have a +4 in it, and I have an advantage on this roll, so... 18. Level 17 entrepreneur. You remember hearing about this man. He used to be a dentist and a surgeon. His study into the magical realm was immense, far beyond your capabilities. Some of these texts he surrounds himself with would suggest he could cast 5th or even 6th level spells. Couldn't be higher, could it? He has some good stats. 20 in intelligence, 17 in constitution, 16 in dex, 17 in charisma. Can I... Potion of mind expansion. Yes, he says with a smile, putting away some of the documents before him. I think I casted Charm Person on him before. Or maybe that was in another run. And he resisted it. Like legendary resistance, so he's immune to it, which is weird. Yeah, resistance to your spells. Hand him an AFA. Here's a thing from the Free Striders. Oh, he listed slightly, reading the text. An economic accord. How quaint. I have to hand them out to help Agent Vera. I know very well about the free way of the businesses in the East. I have no interest dealing with these methods unless I am forced to in the event of a governmental shift, which, considering you have been instructed in handing these out, is most likely exactly what is going to happen. Thus, I will indeed most likely sign this in the end. He's being a bitch about it. Who cares? The future is coming, old man. You don't sound too happy about that. Does he ever sound happy? It is the way of things. I much prefer the rule of Earth. This so-called meritocratic, capitalistic society of reeds is based on foul bureaucracy, nothing else. I will manage it well, but in principle, I will stew in resentment. Yeah, same. Give him a fist bump. He meets your fist in the air. Then he places the paper on his desk among many other documents. Is that all? He's a homie! He gave me a fist bump. Turn around and whisper to Snell. What can you tell me about this guy? The goblin sneakily leans in and whispers back. You want a rundown right in front of him? Glance back at the pale man. I don't think he can hear us. That's not the point, cleric. Call it to Viskin. Can you hear us? No, cleric, nor am I listening. Go ahead. See? The goblin sighs. Give me the rundown, Snell. Viskin is the local mortician, unaffiliated. He works on contracts with the city. The HWBT has to deal with him, partly because he's a neighbor, and partly because he's not, you know, human? Mortal. The goblin clears his throat and throws a glance back to the mortician. He's not the type you want to make enemies with, but hey, he seems to like you, so good job on that. But my suggestion, keep your distance just to be safe. Snell warned you about him. Tell me, what do you know about the tea shop? What's there to say? I know about as much as your humble Norvikian. He does a humble shrug. A lie. He knows much more. Tell me what you do know. Of course. I heard the explosion. I went out to investigate only to find the tea shop caught up in a raging inferno. The Tolstad militia were already heading into action, so I went back inside as to not be in the way. And that is that. What were you doing when the explosion occurred? Working. He motions towards a stack of papers. The explosion occurred at noon, but the day it happened was an official city holiday. Why would he be working on Toll's leaving? Toll's leaving, a Norvikian holiday, to honor Earth's brother Toll as he left to explore the wasteland, usually celebrated with honeycakes and pearl wine. You're working on a city holiday? Yes. You see his eyes fixating on you a bit too hard. He's searching for an answer, just for a split second. Not a lie, something else. I was behind. You know how it is. I'm pretty much always behind. I suck. Honesty is a virtue. Oh, come on now. I'm sure it's not all bad. He smiles. Anything else you wanted to ask? Did you hear anything peculiar? A loud bang, some shouting afterwards. How loud? It shook the Lich House. And mind you, this is not some ordinary basement. This is a remnant tower going hundreds of feet deep into the earth. I'd be surprised if anyone on Tolstad missed it. What sort of shouting? From the militia, they are rushing to the scene. The Fire Prevention Declaration has truly done wonders for the city. Fire Prevention Declaration. Signed into action a few years ago, the Fire Prevention Declaration is a governmental attempt to curb the spreading of fires by employing always ready folk in every district. The response times have been pushed down to less than 10 minutes. Nothing else? As the entire district almost turned into an inferno, yes, there was quite a lot of commotion. Nothing that stands out, however. Like, actually nothing else. Not that I recall. Are you sure? The pale man stares at you for a while. How thick are you? He does not want to tell you anything else. But while he has not been lying, there's something missing. Interesting, but you shouldn't pry more. Pretty sure. That's enough about the sound. Yes, not much to say about it, I'm afraid. I'm done asking questions about the incident. Okay, anything else? I have some personal questions. Ah. Stop. You've already wasted enough time. Just leave. The pale man shifts in his seat. He makes it clear he does not want to answer these personal questions. Very well. What the hell should I ask about? Oh gods, get out of here. The pale man produces a sound close to a cough. What are you voting in the upcoming election? Oh, I didn't even ask that, okay. Tell me about this place, a lich house. This is my establishment. We handle dead bodies for the city these days. Not terribly lucrative, but it is good work. How's business? Slow, which suits me fine. During the curse crisis a few years back, this place was stuffed to the brim with dead folk. I like it more when it's relatively empty, like today. Do you store the bodies down here? I do. The ancient ventilation system keeps this particular area cool to an unnatural degree, even during intense summer months. The city has been a very grateful patron over the years. Was this always a morgue-related business? Actually, no. I used to dabble in dentistry and surgery a while back. I scaled down that production to focus on my private life more. Ask about his private life. The pale man smiles at you as you prepare for another set of prying questions. Surname? None, I'm afraid. No hereditary connections here. He puts down his pencil and points 2 thumbs towards himself. Self-made man. No family at all? None, I'm afraid. I am a war orphan. Of the Coast War? Wait, how old is this guy? How old are you? I'll be 38 this year. He does speak like an old soul, but his smile is youthful. Youthful and fake. No wife or kids? The gods have not shown me that path, no. Me neither, brother. Going for a fist bump. Keeping a smile, the pale man politely bumps your fist. You don't have to do that. I know. Any hobbies? I like taking long walks. I also enjoy theater. But I'm mostly focused on running this lich house. His smile reveals nothing. It is blank. And the rest of the time? Late reading, perhaps? I should try getting more hobbies, honestly. Thank you for reminding me, cleric. Is that passive aggressiveness? It should be. He's not annoyed. In fact, he cares so little it is alarming. Where do you sleep? I'm sorry? Where do you sleep at night? I have a cozy apartment in the holes. It's a short commute. A crack. You see the corner of his mouth twitching. He's hiding something from you. Where do you actually sleep? Cleric? The pale man drops a smile. I sleep in my apartment. I purchased it 3 years ago during summer. The address is 16 Vogel Tunnel. His smile appears again out of nowhere. Anything else you want to ask? Snell gives you a look of concern. He must have realized something was off as well. I have some other less invasive questions. Oh wow. That's a lot. There's a lot I can ask. Come with a ton of random questions. He's willing to accept your questions, whatever they may be. What are you voting in the upcoming election? Interesting question. A bit invasive, but I'll oblige. He's happy to indulge you for some reason. I'll be voting for the Party of Norvik. Newmanism, while crude and outdated in certain respects, has proven both its stability and economic assurance for business owners such as myself. The people's, I don't even know how to say that. Nekets, self-proclaimed protectors of Earth's legacy. The Party of Norvik wants to uphold the divine right of a dead dictator. Or whatever. They have my vote. The goblin scoffs. Not unusual for well-off human men to vote for the Earthfolk Party. Although this fellow doesn't strike me as a religious kind. And if they win, how long do you think it will be before another assembly is called? Another 10 years? Maybe more? Until that stability is threatened, realistically speaking. So you're saying we should ignore the voices of the people until they start to scream in agony? He smiles. I'm saying... No, that's not what I'm saying. We should have elections as often as we can. Every day would be best. The palace bureaucrats will start hissing at you for that sermon. Why are there a lot, and I mean a lot, of apples downstairs? Ah, yes. A deal between me and Lady Stageleaf. A deal? Shared storage. It's got quite heated here a few years ago during a certain crisis. So now during less heated moments, they store a lot of produce there. A win-win. Really is. Highly impressive. Isn't it some kind of violation to store fresh produce next to corpses? No. He's right, unfortunately. The goblins have unique policies in place, separate from the rest of the Norvikian agricultural community. What's the deal with... Pointed the green creature by the stairs. Ah, yes. Bit embarrassing. I got my hand on an egg some time ago. Though it'd be a basilisk. Now I have a devoted servant. Or thought it'd be a basilisk. Kobolds usually don't follow random pale men. They follow dragons. A basilisk? Also embarrassing. I wanted to see whether or not they were feathered. I've yet to find out. Are you his father? No, he simply hatched in my presence. Slavery is illegal in Norvik. I pay Ost very well, and he is under no obligation to stay. I understand why you ask. I've had to explain it several times at the Tith House. Tith House, the tax collecting guild. Each district has its own. None of them are liked. Did you give him that crossbow? No, he found that himself, I believe. Very proud of him. Why does he call you master? Who knows? It's a kobold thing. Your companion scoffs to himself. While hard to read, it is not a far stretch to say this pale man can enjoy being called master. They should call you master. No! No, they shouldn't. Who's they? They are everyone, everywhere. Kobolds usually worship dragons. Are you a dragon? No, sadly not. Your comment amuses the pale man. I have some other questions. Of course, I'm all ears. Do you ever wonder about the world? His eyes light up. Certainly. The feeling. No, you do not have the ability to produce words able to describe it. Not yet. That's cool. His eyes grow dark once more. Anything else? I've run out of personal questions, actually. Good to hear. Any less personal questions, or are we done here? Do you want to buy some milk? Milk? No, thank you. I am in no need as of now. If you don't mind me asking, does this have anything to do with Ost? Yes, I'm running milk with him. I'm a milk runner. I see. Please don't let this task get in the way of your more important quest, cleric. That is my suggestion. He returns to his documents. Hell no. I got a +6, so I need to roll an 18 or higher. I can do that easy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. I'm the GOAT. Nat 20. Nat 20. You stand there, mulling over all you know of the strange pale mortician, when your attention is drawn to the air. The air around you. It's damp and dry. Cold. Piercing through your chainmail, leaving you with an uncomfortable feeling. A feeling that appears locked within this place, this tower. You close your eyes, focusing intensely on that feeling all around you. It is not natural. It's very much esoteric. A negative energy flow permeates this place to its core. All of it focused around a single point. The pale man. by the gods. He's covered in negative energy. Even worse, it emanates from him. This is no human. What you're looking at here is but the thin disguise of a creature most foul, most powerful. No mere spellcaster, no mere arcanist, no mere wizard. Viskin is a lich. An unliving, everlasting bastion of esoteric power. Learn from this creature. Like an actual lich? The eat your soul and play with your bones type lich? Yes, you're afraid so. What do I do with this information? You have a choice. Either try to deal with this directly, or contact relevant authorities. You can also just walk away. No worse for wear. You should investigate this further. But what if... I don't mean to interrupt, Cleric, but you've been standing here in silence for almost 5 minutes now. Was there anything else you wanted? Thank you, bye. This guy's a fucking lich, Snell. You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. What should we do today? Checking out the tea shop is priority number 1. We gotta gain access. Focus on that, alright? This place is an old ruin, right? Yeah, a lot of buildings are. I think this is like snail folk era or something. I don't know. Not an expert. Suits Viskin, though. Every evil wizard needs a spooky tower. Do you want to sleep in the tower with me? I'm good. A true statement. Such a goody gold grove. It is because the tower is nasty. Or because you don't want to... Oh, I think that's supposed to say, is it? Or because you don't want to have a slumber party with me. He thinks about it for a second. Then he says, 20% number 1, 80% number 2. I see. But don't worry, I'm sure you'll enjoy that tower, as long as she isn't there. Do you have something against my celestial roommate? First of all, that's a very funny sentence. Secondly, no, I don't. Just be careful, is all I'm saying. Don't want someone powerful like her on your bad side. So I'm guessing he can comment on, like, all the rooms then. Lich House Blues. The pale man named called Viskin is very suspicious. Find out what's going on in his Lich House. You found out Viskin is a powerful undead sorcerer, a lich. But what can you do about it? To be fair, the place is called a Lich House, so kind of makes sense. Can you comment on this place? I woke up here. Oh, right on a slab? Yeah, that must have been uncomfortable. It was, yes. Uh-huh. Well, at least you had a lot of apple to eat when you woke up. He's making a joke. Sure is, buddy. Let's see. Engage. Prepare spells. I can prepare 8. That's like still all of them, right? Yeah, let's go. So, comprehend languages. I'm pretty sure there's a book here that I can read. That I need comprehend languages for. Let's go see that. I have to make sure I have dancing light on a lot, so that way I can, like, find secret stuff. These words translate to something akin to occult dragon speech. Velvet's up ties. Don't complain, Snell. This is important research. He shrugs. Fine, I'll take a breather. You do your research. Right, I should cast comprehend languages here. You should? You mutter the words to yourself and carefully tap the frail paper. The words then pop into place, as they should. Begin reading the first passage. I wipe the sweat from my brow. The lair is hot. My companion was consumed by the lower beast in the first wave. I saw his soul, yet still screaming at me as I stepped up to the auditorium. No, I will not allow myself a meek death. The book details a first-hand account of one of many lambs, the strongest of their tribes, who were sent out to fight before the great green dragon, Tisserel Denor, the last of the great green dragons of old Dimonor to still reign at this time in the early Divine Era. The author, Callum, was one of the few to actually survive. He writes how he ended up in the good favors of the Queen of Tree after many years of servitude, but he never gave up his dream of killing each of them. This is fascinating. Keep reading. You are wasting away. You can always just skip to the end. That's usually where all the good stuff is. Now I'm going to read the full book. A long decade in those halls I spent in toil. I never relented, nor did I show truth. She saw something in me. Perhaps it was my bloodlust. Callum became the loyal first human of Tisser... God damn it, these fantasy names. Tisserel Denor, a type of manservant. He was by her side at all times, and he listened to her every word, documenting it. The book contains a long series of transcripts, seemingly directly from the ancient dragon herself, and it slowly reveals how the author learns not just the basic tongue of Draconic, which all of the high humans spoke, but rather the deeper power behind those words. A human playing the strings was amusing to them. To her. For none could ever dream of handling anything but the most shallow of songs. Until the day I understood. This is fascinating. This story is told to all who are taught magic. How the first arcanists stole the knowledge from the dragon masters. But this you have not heard. Callum Diminori listened to the ancient dragon until he understood. Dragons control strings not just with words, but with their voices. Once that clicked, the book explains he learned how to tap into the words of power, higher tier magic. It goes on to, with great detail, explain exactly how his research went on during those years, how he managed to procure and describe dozens of previously dragon-only spells. He did not master all of them himself, but he did master some. And most importantly, he trained himself until he could cast a spell of Yours Limits. Yours Limit. The term used to describe why spells above 9th level are considered impossible to cast by mortal hands, at least before the Arcanists broke that limit. That would be what we call today a 9th level spell. It goes on for pages describing basic stuff about the Draconic Civil War, similar to things you read in school. How all of Diminor fell in their raging. In that chaos, humans were starting to rebel. It was with great pleasure I turned on her, when I saw my great cousin, Doug Doolin Dim, appear with that sacred standard, yet he did not wield strength enough to break her. Thus, the last of the great serpents fell to me, to my one word of power I had learned just for her. Kill. Power word kill. Power word. A series of powerful spells that focus entirely on enforcing a single reality shift upon a target. Originally created by dragons whose magic was verbal only. The early arcanists learned from their masters and copied many of these words into their own spells. Power word kill. The famous word everyone has heard about, famously used by the Lich Dongleshire, ending the short but well-known reign of Brian Prax. Brian Prax, known as the most incompetent arcanist to have ever studied the strings, ruled House Prax for 6 days before he managed to anger a local lich by being unable to pronounce his name correctly in a public address. He was power word killed right on stage. People cheered when he died, if the story is to be believed. Damn. The most famous of the power words. How interesting. Is this truly how it came to pass into human hands? Thus the era of the worm was fated, with man raised in its place. I am Callum of Diminori. My word shape world. Myself, your, is what I am become. The book ends with instructions on various draconic magical theory, most of which you already know. Elementary. However, look at that final cantrip on the page. Look at that mage hand. Callum's mage hand. You run your fingers over the script. Yes. This is the professional transcription of the spell Mage Hand by this mythical Callum. Memorize its transcript. What a masterpiece. Look at that scripture. To imagine that you are sharing in such glory. This is a much more sleek implementation of Mage Hand than any that you have come by before. You could perform great feats with this. What? Reach for apples? Apples! Holy shit, this will let you steal shit from a distance, won't it? Yes, although it is not as subtle as you might imagine, if you get caught. Never in a million years. I was hoping I would learn a power word from this. You once tried, remember? The back of the library. You found a transcript. You tried to memorize it. They found you the next day on the ground, barely breathing, and your eyeballs had exploded. Oh, right, the eyeballs exploded. The Patriarch was kind enough to cast a restoration on you, but he was not happy about it. Restoration. A series of spells which cure various ailments. The most common are lesser restoration and greater restoration. They cure anything from blindness to tummy aches. Through their practical implementation from churches across the coast, most common health issues are eradicated. Lesser restoration. A second-level abjuration spell. It removes one affliction upon a target. Depending on the severity of it, the spell can remove various birth defects, cripplings, blindness, deafness, as well as any minor diseases. Any place of healing across the coast employs the use of this spell. Greater restoration. A 5th-level abjuration spell. It undoes one deliberating effect from a target. This can include things like petrification, long-term curses, or most types of major ailments or diseases. While harder to cast these days, it is still commonly employed by churches and places of healing across the coast. I wish we had this shit in real life. You know, wave your hand, and then all of a sudden, you can see again. My eyeballs exploded? What a day. Oh, right. I remember. Yeah, I shouldn't do that again. No, you should not. Fascinating. Sweet. Okay. I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, there's a thing here I can get. If I have enough strength, I believe. It should be a book. So many books, some of them could be useful. Viskin's got a whole library here. He gives you a worried look. We do have slightly more important stuff to handle than reading, at least right now, Cleric. I've read all of these before, of course. I'll just refresh my memory. Right, good. A couple of minutes won't hurt, I guess. He sits down on some massive tomes and leans against the wall. I think it was this one, a classic. Filius Prax. A magocrat and arcanist of the highest order, led one of the longest-lasting autocratic empires in Old Dimnor and founded House Prax, most infamous for creating the Cursed Lands. I already read all this. Shut the book. Put the book back. Oh wait, no, it's this one. Close the book. Shut it, looking upon the title once more. Collect a chance in Norvik. This is a really great book. It is. Place the book back on the shelf. You do so, it fits nicely back into its slot. This book does not deserve your toxic presence. Okay, so I need 16 strength. So I have to. Okay, I can do that. I can get 16 strength. Easy. Close the book. Take it. It does not belong to this foul place. What? The heroic, powerful Manchon wants to steal something. It is not theft. It is repossession of sacred city material. Sure, sure. Let's call it that next time you see Juicy Coin Pouch. Should I really just take it? Do not see it as take. You are freeing this sacred object from the Pale Man's collection. Yes, that is how you should view it. Now take it. By the gods, you're rabid. Love to see it. Take the book. You place the book in your pouch. Sell it. You will protect it. Even if taking it from the hold of Pale Man makes you feel conflicted. Glance nervously toward Viskin. As you turn around, you see the mortician staring at you. Oh no. Then he gives you a thumbs up. Return the up thumb. Well, that makes it less exciting. He is helping you for his own gain somehow. So he's chill! Viskin is so cool, honestly. He's so chill and cool. A copy of the Norvikian Trams with a prescribed message from Pili himself. This is a goddamn national treasure, someone. I think it could be good if I keep that. Yes, look at my stats. These are good stats. These are wonderful stats. Wait, can I behold on Snell? I can. How do I make myself more dexterous? Or can I do that? I don't think I can do that enough yet. Okay. Let's see how I do. Nat 20! Let's learn everything. Okay. He doesn't work for himself or any ideal. This goblin devotes his life for his lady. No different from a religious nut. A lone wolf. Cares too much. Won't let anyone close. Old trauma? Got rejected? Family trouble? Who knows? Huh. Alright, so it's not really a tragic backstory, but you get it now. He's a yearner. The type to hopelessly throw himself into his work for the sake of for the sake of some greater good. An idealist, a romantic, in the most goblin sense of the word. Self-sacrificing, dreaming. There's a twinkle in his eyes you catch sometimes. A string attached to a destiny, one with few phrase. Maybe you could trust him. Maybe you could be a, you know, a friend.
Huh?
Hey, Snell. He's my friend. Alright, sick. So I have Mage Hand now. Ooh, I think it means I can DC 15 intelligence check. My intelligence is pretty good. And I do want that potion. Because I think that is a intelligence increasing in potion. Yes! Pickpocket success. Mind expansion. A common potion known to allow knowledge to stick more easily, often used by students, grants a minor intelligence increase for a week. I will take that gladly. Intelligence increased by 1. Sick. So now I can get a lot of stuff. I believe there's a lot of stuff I've missed. Or can't get. Let's see. Obsidian Amulet. +1 Constitution, +1 Charisma. Advantage against aberrations. I could use that. A weird stone that has been polished into a fist. It's grappling with a tentacle. Who made this? And for what nefarious purpose? I would like this in place of this, so I can have better constitution. Place your hand upon the wall. Tell me your secrets, wall. Oh. Your focus falters. There's nothing to answer to you, but something is there beyond the silent hard stone. Try again tomorrow. Okay. Oh, there's a crab there. Okay, let's see. What is this? A divine shrine unattended for decades. Oh, I already have all these spells. Overgrown, sort of interesting. Oh, there's something here. Sweet. In Norvik, a pipe like this could lead anywhere. You look down at the pipe. Crawl inside now. I'm not going to crawl inside. Your gut tells you otherwise. Hey, Snell, check it out for me.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Check out what exactly? The hole. Go inside. You seriously think that He stammers and points to the pipe. He laughs. You do that yourself. I'll help kick if you get stuck. The goblin doesn't want to go inside the pipe because it's disgusting. Come on, Snell. It's the only way we'll ever solve this mystery. No, both of me crawling to that shit pipe and that it would somehow solve the mystery. Idea rejected. Fine, I'll do it myself. You're going to be such a little craven about it. You get down on your knees in the dirt and put your helmed face into the entrance of the pipe. You can't seem to get further without immense force. You can do that. Just press harder. Enter the hole. The diameter of the pipe is not wide enough to support your body, even with no armor and or added friction-lowering substances. Push forward. You press your entire body towards the entrance of the pipe. Try to wiggle your shoulders together. Wiggle your what? Yes, compress. You press your entire body towards the entrance of the pipe. Make a squealing noise, that should help. The screech echoes down into the pipe, surely scaring any dangerous creatures lurking in the darkness. Roar. Roar into the darkness. Your power frightens them, and yourself. You get a feeling the goblin is nervously looking around so as to not make himself seem like a pervert for standing behind you. Don't keep this going, you'll hurt yourself. Snell, does it look like I'm getting anywhere? Yeah, just keep it going, it'll be great. He's enjoying himself greatly at your expense. You know what, I'm gonna wait, give up. You sigh and stand up, because I wanna... This can take me anywhere, I'm scared of that. You sigh and stand up. Smart move, albeit a bit late. Don't look so sad. You'll get him next time, champ. There's a few things I want to do. I want to go back to the garden, see if I can learn druid stuff from Nessun. Oh yeah, my journal must be full of stuff. Jesus. No skills. So, oh my goodness, so many esoterics. So much geography. So much history. Goodness. Language, literature, nature, politics, religion, spells. There's so many spells. Strength. Only know one thing from Constitution because it's that low. Alright, let's see. I can do this and equip this real quick. 24 wisdom plus 7. 23. Elf Pima, level 6 druid, true neutral. Unbothered, moisturized, happy in her lane. She's focused on her work, but she does not seek strife. She will help you if you do not pose a threat. Her knowledge goes deep, far below the city. Learn from her and her loneliness. This elf is seeking an escape. Why else be here of all places? Her matriarch. Yes, this woman is in trouble, just like you. What can I take from her? Speak with animals? No. The elf looks you up and down as you approach. Human, a friendly greeting. Show your primal attunement. Yeah, I can do that easy. Let's go. Thank you, Lady Fair. You kneel? You need to prove it. Your attunement to nature. Interesting. Yes, yes. She places the bowl from her desk to the ground before you. You must show what you've learned in your studies. The primal forces are complicated, but you can still sense the tingle of your strings through every branch and mushroom. Hold your hand over the bowl. You reach out, the elf hums. She then moves the bowl even closer to you. You've attempted this before, it did not go well. You believe, that is all you require. Magic is not an exact science, despite what the instructors in the towers used to tell you. The esoteric in your realm does not conform to rules. That is the only rule they truly follow. Now feel the oily mushrooms inside this bowl, the strings within them, around them. Grab one of them, change it, twist a string. At first, nothing. Then a twinge. Whatever you touched is connected with the spores, the growth, the decay. You did little, but you did something. The elf nods. What did I do? You ruined my brew. It's fine. Listen. Oh. Whoops. She laughs. You cause a fungi in the bowl to change acidity. It's subtle, but it's there. You performed an act of druidcraft, human. Use druidcraft to unlock unique interactions with the natural world. The goblin looks on, giving an uncharacteristically stunned expression. I did? She gives you a lecherous smirk. Nessun grabs the bowl and pours the mushy mushrooms onto the ground. The contacts wriggle before you. I made the mushroom come to life! She looks up, reassuring you. No, they're supposed to move like that. You do not perform that big of an esoteric feat. Not yet, at least. She chuckles and puts the bowl back on her desk. Perhaps you can be one human I share knowledge with, if that is what you wish. I love plants. Give her a thumbs up. Very well. What do you want to know, human? I want to learn how to speak with animals. That shouldn't be too hard. Here, a spell scroll to get you started. Cast it when you have an animal to speak with, and you should be able to hold a conversation, as long as you can keep up. What is druidcraft really? I would call it a most useful path of communication with nature. It can be used for many a thing, but for you, I would suggest focusing on the basics. Use it to move peacefully through the roots, and to show your balanced nature to those primal spirits who roam below. Can druids create magical food, perhaps? You're gonna go sleep? Alright, see ya, SWAT. Thanks for coming in. Can druid, yeah, I just said that. Certainly. There's a spell that would be very useful for you since you're on the run all of the time. Good apple. It creates 5 apples. Each can feed a grown man for a full day. Oh, I love apples. Can I have that spell, please? I don't have that spell scroll. Sorry. But I do seem to remember. I handed one to Moongore. She might keep one in the roots of Pooh. Moongore? One of Sage Leaf's enforcers. A bugbear. Lovely woman. Quite the bite on her. What is she implying? How can I get that good apple spell scroll? Just tell her I sent you. Moongore and I are friends, you see. Are these apples real or fake? They're real. I've customized a spell myself in the process of helping Sage Leaf's apple strains down here. Magically created, yes, but real. Good luck with the mushroom, thank you. Good, move on. Good. Can nature protect me? Of course, with barkskin. I do have a spell scroll of it, but it's down in the roots below the garden. If you pass by it, take it. I keep a cache hidden underneath Lord Pooh. Pooh is elfish for tree. Ah, some kind of animated tree, I suppose. Something like that. We have a password. Just say Minun Sexikas Puni, and he'll open right up. You can have the other stuff inside as well, since Sage Leaf wants you to succeed. What does that mean? Flattery of the highest kind. She gives you a creepy smile. Just give the password and he will grant you access. What are these primal forces? Nature. Her face says it is self-explanatory. That includes, but is not limited to, elements, life, anything that grows really. It is that which exists at the core of all. But even after alterations, it remains within. Generally speaking, a clump of ore will be more primal than a forged blade. In short, the primal energy from natural energies. The primal emerges from natural energies. Decent explanation. What differs primal from arcane and divine forces? She squints and stares at you for a while. The answer to that could be many. I would lean towards saying that they differ only in origin. But that origin makes all the difference in the world. How do you mean? I do not know. It is like forces that flow through your strings. Some flow from divine sources, some flow from natural primal sources. While the arcane, it is more like plucking those strings themselves. Editing the rules, something like that. She gives you a slow nod. Thank you, that's all the magic questions for now. You're very welcome, human. I have more questions. Oh, no I don't. That is it. Bye. Oh, look at them. A tiny primal spirit. I'm not going to say that. Thank you for the apples. Primal Kin. You're tuned to the primal strings, proving yourself to Nessun. You're now a very newbie druid, at least in her eyes. I call myself a druid. Oh, sweet. Is there any more of these guys around here? Let me see what I can do with her. 13? Nothing to do. Alright, I guess I should put some of this stuff back then. Where's my strength book? There we go. Cleric, the lady leads back on her throne. You've returned. Nothing. Okay. I guess I will go back to Viskin's thing, cast Speak with Animals. Or not cast it, but prepare it. Can't I prepare like a bunch of spells? Like what's the criteria for that? 2 plus your class level plus your intelligence modifier. So that would be what? 4 2. So I can prepare 10 spells at once. Sweet. Also, I want this. There we go. Alright. I should go to the Free Strider warehouse now. Because I have Mage Hand to grab something I couldn't before. It's up here, isn't it? Waterlane? The warehouse, all that good stuff? Yes, it is. I can't go through there yet. I don't think I've handed out enough stuff. Ooh. Hello. Tiny Primal Spirit. Thank you. Very kind. This guy. 12. Born from the strings of fates, the Fade era, remnant tyrants smile upon his step. For some very, very, very strange reason, this dwarf, if handed an object with the destiny set in stone, could automatically create phrase, chaos, madness, a new chance to roll the die. Damn, okay. This guy's a little different then. Alright, let's see. What's this? Mind expansion! I'm so fucking smart. Holy shit. Alright, let's see. Box of ink cartridges. On the top of the box, you see the words Culdridge R Special Cartridge. Quillwells. Bingo. Yes, this is the ink mode Disa asked for. Open the box. Inside, you see a tightly stacked series of iron cartridges, each marked with a series of numbers. More importantly, there are 3 different colors of ink. Uh-oh. Red, yellow, and green Quillwells. Pick red, of course. Ha! Go with yellow. She'll hate it. If there is black, that'd be the logical choice. However, since this shipment clearly does not contain any black ink, go with the green one. It makes the most logical sense, being the Asgalis colors. Green. Go with green. Wait, which one did she want? She did not specify. Logically, she'd want a black ink for the paper, but this crate seems to only contain color. Ah, so this is probably the reason why her vendor didn't sell her this stuff, right? She didn't have any black ink, just color. Maybe it doesn't matter which one? Of course it matters. Color is very important in the world of typography. Would the color ink turn the paper into that color? Mixed with a regular ink, it would turn the text into a faint color variety. It would be quite strange, but also unique. Grab the green ink. Well. You grab one of the iron cartridges from the crate. You hear something sloshing around inside. There you go. Another quest complete. Just need to turn it in now. Despite placing the cartridge in my pouch of holding, I don't feel like I've actually looted it. Ignore that. That's just your innate feeling that this quest item isn't that important. Right. Leave. Is there anything else I'm missing in here, perhaps? Or is this everything? Doesn't seem like I can grab anything else from here. So I guess I should do it. Maybe I can give the thing to this guy over here. Oh, wait, I didn't fully, get everything on him. Well, let me put my pocket watch back on for just a moment. Because I got a 20 intelligence now. So close. Oh, I got it all. Let's go. Halfling 4 level 4 scholar. Scholar of the Four-Nip Commonwealth, a man working out of a hole in the wall. This is the type of man who knows exactly where he is going and is simply going there very slowly and deliberately. He knows his expertise, his moves are calculated, his journey long. The esoteric is closely tied with scholarly arts. In the old days, no distinction between the two is made, but today, in this modern world, his side is all but winning. You have spent quite some time reading up on his art. It is interesting. Research is the first step to grounded spellcasting, after all. But beyond this facade, as the dispenser of knowledge, this halfling is also searching for answers to his own questions. Namely, what is the nature of power? Politics? The golden line? How interesting. I know everything about it. If it's pain, what do you want? Nothing, I guess. Alright, I guess I can't give him the thing. That makes sense. He's not really a... It's just an apartment. Well, no, it's an office. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a business. Alright, I guess I'll get back to wherever they are. Just making sure I don't miss anything. Doesn't seem like there's anything to miss. Oh, there's a little guy here. Thank you for the incense. Very kind of you. I'll smoke that. Oh, I can talk with a crab! Your magic causes you to hear a tiny sound from the crab. A sound that turns into a squeaky voice. Hi there, big fellow. What's it like being a crab? It's great. What do you like being about a crab? It's great. Snip with your hands. He snips his pincers. A happy crab. What's your name? I'm Crimity. Cool name. Thanks. Do you have any information for me? Oh, yes, I do. Did you know there's an abundance of worms on the riverbank this time of year? There always is. It's causing me to gain a few pounds. The ladies will love it. Ho ho, we got ourselves a lover crab. And not even the bad kind. That's it for now. An instant later, the crab's voice disappears. Hope you had a riveting convo. Now can we go? Yep. Anything? Any guys here? A long way to climb. It should be easier. Top of the ladder. All these guys are here now. I don't really have anything that increases my charisma, so I'll just do it on this guy. Actually, I do, but it's not enough. Human Earthfolk, level 1, unemployed. He's the silent type. He thinks before he speaks. He also thinks he's very cool because of his behavior. There's an air of superiority in his body language, in his speech, in his tone. He thinks he's above it all, even his friends. Hopefully he'll stop thinking such things before it bites him in the ass. 15, okay. He does have some semblance of opinions around life and love in this city, yet they are not formulated, nor is he verbose enough to express them properly. And then this guy, I need to strength it up. Get an 18 in strength. So strong. 23. Chaotic neutral. As with all things, it is economy which steers the masses, the flow of capital, as you read so much about. These boys might rage against the world if they wish, yet if they each held a role in society which paid them well and granted them satisfaction, then all that rage would subside. They simply require a new ideology, one which supports their economic interests and nothing else. I see. I'm not really around too many bureaucrats, so I guess I could keep it like that. And I already know stuff about this guy, right? Yeah. Can I talk to him? Hey. I like your hat. Thank you. Lord Cleric, thank you. Can I take anything from him? No. The boys greet you with a hesitant collective and grunt and mumble. Cleric, he gives you a slow nod. You're not causing any trouble here, are you? No. We're holding a meeting. An important meeting. In fact, you just joined us in time for a roll call. Now, I have to say, I'm not exactly 100% on board with how you salt everything down on Water Lane, but I respect your work immensely. Working for the city must be incredibly demanding. What a celebrity, the goblin whispers to you with a chuckle. Yeah, I am amazing. Now do your roll call. Yes, okay. He glares at Snell for a second. Alright, Norvikian resistant members, thank you for attending today's meeting. Important meeting. Shut up, goblin, says the lanky kid and sparks a tiny fire from his hands. He laughs. You think you look cool doing that? Damn child. The magic boy clears his throat. Esoteric initiate earthness here. The large one stands up and raises his fist into the air. Stenbusken. Yes. Don't shout, the quiet kid mutters. I'm here. Roll. He gives a nervous look to you, then he mutters. Master whispers. Your companion stifles a laugh. I told you, it was a bad title. It should be First Spy. No, that sounds like a magazine protagonist. And Master Whispers doesn't? It was the official title of Earth's Spy Master. Do I look like a master, he hisses, then goes quiet once more. Rollo awkwardly clears his throat. Also present is the visiting Lord Cleric and his helper. Oh, I'm the help, am I? Look at the bottles in the corner. They've been drinking. You're the best help, Snell. Don't you worry. Give him a thumbs up. Thank you, Cleric, he says with a tired expression. Glance at the empty bottles. You boys haven't been drinking, have you? Rollo laughs and shrugs with a wry smirk. I mean, that is okay. You're free to do so as you wish. I'm not so stiff that I'm unable to allow you to act outside of societal standards of decency. Oh, okay. Snell whispers to you, scared straight, not dead. You guys seem organized enough. Thank you. We've worked really hard to help out before the election. We're just one small offshoot here in Tolstad, but there are tons of members of the Nervikian resistance around the city. It's a big political movement. He gives the other kids a nervous look. I mean, we're getting there. He claps his fist to his chest. Meeting begins. The large boy cheers. Sweet! When do we get to go home? Home? No, there's not that much to talk about, right? Yeah, my dad doesn't like when I stay out like this. Come on, you guys. The election is just around the freaking corner. And I've got a mission. Big mission. Like, actually. Mission? Do you mean a quest? Yes, exactly. A quest. I received word from our contact. You know, the short guy with the weird beard. Word? A letter. He dropped off a letter with a resistance seal. He smirks. Half of Earth's red eye and half a shield. It's really cool. A halfling or dwarf? No, just a short human. A resistance movement member? Yeah. We don't have too much info on the other groups, but there's this guy we called Shield Guard. He's in the palace. Probably a cleric. He knew magic and stuff. What are your orders? Just like he told us about the chant being printed here on Tolstad, this time he let us know about another problem. An even bigger threat. Lover's box? What? No. Capitalism? No, well, kind of? Racism? No. Although hatred against humans is a big issue. The disillusionment of the youth? No. Gender inequity? No. The lack of religious fervor in the populace? No. But also yeah, but no. Asgallus? No, not this time. Freestriders? No, no, wait, yes. It's the Freestriders. I knew it. He told me that the Ascani Reach Trade Company, that's a Freestrider company, they apparently have some very important documents hidden in their offices on Waterland. Specifically, a contract for a deal called the Harbor Accords. He wants us to... Actually, he didn't specify what we should do. He never really does. But he strongly implied that we should seize it for the state. But you know, without being detected. Stealthily. He wants you to steal from a Freestrider company. He wants us to seize it stealthily, he repeats. Tell me more about this contract. He shrugs. It's apparently very secretive, but the contract is kept inside of the office. What do you know about this company? It's an evil Freestrider parasite, sucking the city from its resources. It's all made clear in our manifesto. Can I read it? No, it's members only. You only get to read the manifesto of the organization after you've already joined? Yes. Don't join. What do you know about the building? I heard it's guarded pretty heavily. They've got a hippogriff on the roof. Griffin. It's a griffin. Griffon is the correct spelling in Norvik, although griffin, and griffon can appear in various different places across Dimenorian land. So probably I'll just set this same. Why didn't I say that? Whatever. Don't think there's magical locks, though. That's usually hard for places with a lot of movement going on. The goblin squints. You sure know a lot about security, kid. In response, the kid looks around. My brother works at a locksmith. He does arcane locks sometimes. So what are you going to do? He thinks for a second. We just need to sneak in when it's dark. Locate the safe and crack it. It's apparently hidden behind a mirror. The info wasn't very specific, but hey, how many mirrors can they have, right? The boy silently, intently glanced around the roller mill. Like I said, Dad doesn't want me out on the streets at night, so I'm a skip. Isn't stealing illegal? Yes, Sten, it is. Don't be pussies. Their leader gives a frustrated groan. This is the real deal. We can make a difference. Rollo, I don't think it's a good idea. You know what the Freestriders do. Oh yeah, litigation. I agree, it's a bad idea. Damn it. Then he turns to you and opens his mouth, and he closes it and shakes his head. Sneaking in and stealing sounds honorable. But should you really do it if it's a free strider joint? Well, screw it. We'll make up some excuse. But that sucks. Unless, he says and gestures towards you, unless the cleric he wants to do it, then yeah, sure, we'll skip. Where'd you say that free strider contract was? It's, Ascane Reach Trade Co. It's on Waterlane View, next to the warehouse and the bookbinder. Yeah, that. Seems like they got it in the safe or something, probably hidden. But I believe in you. Your companion rubs his eyes. He's trying not to comment with all his strength. Don't you guys have jobs to do? The blonde kid gives you a blank expression. He glances to his friends who all seem to avoid his gaze before lowering his eyes. As he stares at the floor of the roller mill, he replies, "We're doing important work here. Should I make fun of them for being unemployed? No, that'd be horrendous. These boys are simply products of a faulty system. Making light of that would be as mean-spirited as making fun of a short person for being born without a certain height. They're just lazy boys. A good kick can get a man going." Do you get paid for holding these meetings? Our service to the city is not something you can put a price on. I'm actually, I work on Waterlane on some days. The magic kid raises his hand. I used to deliver milk. It's a seasonal thing. Rollo worked at the fishery. He gives a quiet kid a dirty look. Those assholes fired me for not keeping up a bullshit quota. So yeah, cleric, we would have proper jobs if the city wasn't so infected. Infected with what? Outstriders? Free striders? You mean immigrants? Sometimes, but not like... I have a friend from Fordnip. He's cool. Iliki's family is Vorgeni. There's a difference between immigrants and immigrants. What? Who are the good immigrants in this case? The types that work hard, I guess? Don't commit crimes? They should learn to speak Diminor too. When they make nice food. Cool. We got a definitive list now. We should have more immigration. That'll solve all our problems. He scoffs loudly. No? Then there'd be even less jobs for us Earthfolk. That's how economic growth works. Okay, maybe not, but that doesn't change what it's like to work for the guilds today. He rubs his cheek. A nervous tick. It's complicated, okay? Norfolk has always been a place Earth conquered for humans, but he was also friends with lots of other folk. So the main issue isn't really immigrants. It's more like when there's so many immigrants that the city can't really keep everyone, like, happy? Sure, something like that. But in the end, the Freestriders make a bunch of crowns in the city while the Earth folk suffer. And we don't like that. We don't. We really don't. Really don't? Really don't. We don't. The silent kid mutters, we don't. We do not. Your companion rubs his temples. It sounds like you dislike the greed of the Reeds more than you dislike immigrants. Yes, that's exactly it. He's not so happy. He's so happy not having to feel like a racist. Have you tried getting a gig at any of the guilds in the last couple of years? 70 hours a week at the fishery got me barely enough to afford rent. Add some food on top of that and it's barely enough to survive. And then they cut the hourly rate to keep up with pressure from investors. You know, from Reeds. It's a shit show. I can recommend you boys into the Earth Guard. What? The blonde kid looks at you with confused, darting eyes. It has not sunk in yet. Yeah, you get fast-tracked into training. The kid starts muttering to himself. Intense fear suddenly washes over him. But that's... Point at the kid who keeps casting cantrips, and you could be a cleric one day. The lanky boy begins to speak, but stops himself. He realizes you are correct, and he appears frightened over the possibility. Take out some paper and write them an official recommendation each? Oh. They look stunned as you hand over the papers to him. Are you serious? Earthguard? Is that clerics? Lots of different Earthguard, from street watchers to equestrians. You'd make a great wall enforcer, big guy. Oh, wall enforcer? Like with armor? Wall enforcer. Earthguard members trained to defend the walls of the city. They typically deal with creatures from the wilds, breaching into the districts, even the unofficial ones. Typically some tough bastards, since they get to see so much combat. Huh. I thought only nobles could be equestrians. No, they changed that. Read about it in the paper. Though being a street watcher seems like a bit of a shit job. Street watcher. The most basic type of Earthguard member, trained to patrol the streets, deal with petty crimes, and generally act as the law in everyday life of the streets of Norfolk. They are led by top watchers. Top Watcher, high-ranking Earthguard member working as a leader of a unit of street watchers. Many of them are low-ranking clerics in order to leverage magic and criminal investigations. This is the rank you aim for before getting scooped up into tower politics. As his friends speak, the blonde kid looks at his recommendation in disbelief. So this is... the boys will make fine warriors. Of course, if you fail, they might reject the whole idea. These kids probably won't listen, but maybe? Just trust them to make a decision themselves. He gave him a manly hug on Waterlane. Convinced them to join, sure. Why not? These boys are idiots, but they're stubborn idiots, perfect for boot camp. Just make it clear that they can do all their political bullshit from inside the system. It's time for you to put your beliefs to the test, boys. They all look at you. The system is broken, but it can only be fixed by those with power. Power within the city itself. You want us to... I need you to join the Earth Guard. That's the only way you'll ever get enough influence to change the city. I can't just... Guess I could. Dad would be happy if I got a stable job. Yeah, it's not such a bad idea. Do we get armor? Tap him on the shoulder. As much armor as you can carry. Hell yeah. Be careful. If you don't want them running off and joining straight away, that is. Your quest will be failed if you send them off. Give it time. Mull it over. It's a big decision. Have them stick around for now. Okay, we will. Thank you, Lord Cleric. I have some questions about the tea shop. Sure, hit me. Look to the others. All of you, I need the truth. We'll tell you anything we know. Yeah. The Quiet Kid nods. Where were you on the day of the explosion? I was home. Same. The Quiet Kid nods. What about you? Point at the lanky kid who keeps casting fire cantrips. He clears his throat. I was at Tolly's place. His dad could vouch for it. And if I did have the power to cause explosions like that, I wouldn't use it to blow up a tea shop, even if it was an Azcal rat hole. You were all home then? During lunch? On a workday? They nod. My little brother was close enough. Thank Earth he didn't get hurt. He told me about the fire being weird or something. Probably magical. So yeah, esoteric bullshit. He works in the kiosk on Pillar Road. What do you know about the tea shop's owner? Some bird folk. I don't know. Never talked to the guy. The rest of you? They shrug collectively. You ever hang out in the tea shop? No, of course not. It was an Azcal hideout. Modissa was there a lot, from what I understand. Bet she knows a lot about it. That's all for now. Great. Just say the word if you need anything else. I have some questions about you. Me? Okay. Rolo? Is that a nickname? Because you hang out in a roller mill? He squints at you. No, that's just my name. Good name. It's a very normal Earthfolkian name. I have 2 uncles named the same. 2? He sighs. Where'd you grow up? Over on Wall Street. Wall Street, a long street going under the shadow of the old city, famous for being one of the most tightly populated areas of the city, located in western Norfolk in the housing district. Was it nice there? A bit cramped, but not that bad. We lived in an apartment right at the river. Stuff happened, and then we moved to Tolstad. Not that big of a difference, to be fair. My little brother likes it better here, though, so that's good. Why'd you join this movement? Because my city needs me. Right? He asked his friends while nodding approval. So you're not just bored and looking for an outlet? No. He looks guilty. He is guilty. What does your father think of you being in this movement? Considering he's dead, I don't think he cares too much. What about your mother? I'll ask her if she comes home this month. Look, it's me and my brother, alone, okay? It's fine, we both work. Do you like milk, kid? Do I like milk? That's what I asked, yes? I guess. Does anyone here... Oh, sorry, face the others one by one. Does anyone here, any one of you, partake in the glory of milk drinking? Don't look at me. No. I dabble. Then I'll offer you this one opportunity. 1 bottle of milk for 2,000 crowns. No, thank you. They all reject your offer, both body language-wise and facial expression-wise. I tried. You really, really did. Alright, no more personal questions. I know enough. Sure. He gives you a confounded, frankly, idiotic look. Instead, we'll go for more non-personal questions. Okay? I'll do it. I'll get you that contract. What? Awesome. I'm intrigued, but we'll see if I'm able to get it. Sure, I mean, if you can, that'd be awesome. Don't get caught or anything. If you do, you don't know us. I don't know you. That's the spirit. Good luck. Earth be blessed. Thanks. All for now. Man, why can't I sell bottles of milk to people for 2,000 crowns? For $2,000. Nuts, bro. You have anything to say out here? Actually, do you have anything to say inside the roller mill? Snell. No. Alright, I already asked him that, actually. Before. Whoops. Alright, let's see. I need to get back to the apartments and stuff. Well, I guess I'll see. Is there anything over here? Anything new? Oh, maybe I could talk to Etter real quick. Oh yeah, I think there's something in here that I couldn't get before. Where is it? Yeah, up there. What's up here? Crowns and Vorgini River droplets. A vial of blessed river water from Vorgini, Land of Giants, popular among the Earth Guard. It's usually labeled as not blood. Grants a minor strength increase for a week. Hell yeah, I'm getting so many of these. I'm going to investigate her some more. with my 18 strength. Not good enough. That is okay. Let's see, where is everything I had? Can I talk to her about something? Good day, cleric. Your voice is cold and emotionless. You might just want to say what you want. With all the profitable things in the world you could be doing, you've chosen a hassle celestial, which, if going by Free Strider's example, would end up being a long and drawn-out affair, leading to nothing but a handful of headaches and a couple of genocides. Don't bother with frivolities. Celestials are hired beings, and you must engage them in that manner. That's correct, actually. She's not the type to do small talk. It'd be rather rude rather than polite. Maybe when I'm not with Snell, because that has disadvantage. Okay, so I have to go back to the thing. What is this? A street sign. You can look at it.
Huh?
You approach your companion. Oh, you're not a street sign, Snell. The wooden boards have faintly glowing lettering on them. Floating just an inch off the surface, the names of several locations are spelled out. A common type of magical ink creates permanent messages on any surface, unless dispelled, of course. This appears to be the more advanced kind with a magic mouth-like ability. It can react to your commands and reshape temporarily. The sixth message, however, is only painted into the plank. Which way is Darrow House? The words reshape for a moment into up the temple slope and the golden stairs. Ancestral home of the Darrows, one of the most influential noble families in Norvik. Which way is Tolstad Center? Up the temple slope and through Toll's room. You do not have the time to take a stroll around the entirety of Tolstad. Focus. Which way is Pillar Road? Down the temple steps. Just follow the, massive pillar rising endlessly into the sky, and you'll find Pillar Road pretty easily. Which way is Tolstad View? Down the temple steps across the circle square. The southernmost tip of Tolstad, where the Dwarves build their fortifications. The local park. Which way is Waterlane View? Down the temple steps across the circle square, through the garden tunnel, over the pillar crossing. It takes a while to get there. Most commuters take one of the wooden bridges. Which way is Goblin Garden? The painted letters on the plank do not reshape into a guided message. If we could afford that fancy magic ink, it'd probably say, downstairs, over grass, into tunnel, glory to Sage Leaf. Probably. Clear and concise. For once, a goblin has good taste. How once is sophisticated. Good sign. I haven't been in here yet. The Central Temple of Earth. All who pass are mine to keep. What is this? The election looms, 3 days remaining. You see a bunch of boxes lined up and some iron poles set up in neat sections. Someone is putting it together step by step. There's supposed to be queues here on election day. There are a couple thousand people living on Tolstad. If this location wants to accept the voting cards of each citizen, some stern organization will be required. What is it, 4 days until the election now? Correct. It is March 23rd. The election will occur on the 27th. Is there anything over here? Oh, DC 13 strength. Success, you can move that brick. This tile is loose. Spent ring of spell storing. He's watching over you. This is interesting. A compact ring tingles with esoteric might. It is ancient, made entirely out of brass, and inside the top shell, you can feel, you know, there is a tiny scroll. However, that scroll has been long since spent on some divine spell. How do you know that? Again, you can feel it. Its original use is long lost, but keeping around seems good. Perhaps its previous owner was a good man, if he left it behind the Temple of Earth. Maybe I can do this. Yes. Okay. Can I talk to anyone else? Please don't bother anyone with it. Send a message to Uigui. I'm so sorry. I had a mini stroke. Hello, Miss Merchant. I can send Pepple messages now. Isn't that cool? Anyway, do you have any new wares? Oh, nothing new today, sadly. I'm still only working to sell the goods I've got, but please do stop by if you want to browse. The message ends. Okay. Who is this individual? The Duck. What a name. The Duck. $20 in strength. I can do this. It's got a 14, that's not bad. Undead, level 13 paladin. This is a true warrior. He is off duty, but whatever duty that is, it is everlasting. To be honest, sounds a little depressing. What do you have on you? Dexterity. Inflict wounds. crypt key. This is a shrine. Prepare spells. I should be able to prepare everything. Yeah. Actually, I should cast enhanced ability. Yeah. What is this? A grand wood carving of Earth, father of Norvik. You stare at the wondrous wood carving. A depiction of Earth at his greatest, a true man. However, you also notice a message carved into the base of the art piece. This is not of the artist's intention. It says, Goblin was here. Heresy. What kind of ingrate would defile a sacred object? Heh. Seems like goblins on work again. Goblin was here. Stare at the message. Vandalization. Terrible to see. If you had been here, you would have stopped it, surely. Either way, you must become stronger to stop this disintegration of society from spreading. Famous artist. That guy. Never seen him, but you've definitely seen his work. A bit rude to just carve his name into the statue like that, but he's going to be a bit of a dick swinger. If I meet this goblin fellow, I will personally destroy him. You won't. As much as I'd love to see you try, no one can even get to him. This guy's as elusive as an ethereal spider. Goblin is an artist. He's technically wanted in most districts, but no one even knows if he's real. Might be a dozen little guys running around with paint and carving tools. Who knows? What do you think about the statue of my god Snell? Real human culture here. Humans sure do like their wooden stuff. I should try to remove that message. You should. It's only right for the cleric to clean up such a mess. Easy job. You have to take that carving knife by the candles and... Does this really have to be a sleight of hand thing? Can't I use the power of my faith or something? What are you gonna do? Close your eyes and pray? If you want to clean this old wooden thing up, you gotta handle it carefully. No. Prayer doesn't work. Just put your trust into Earth. He will guide you. Trust your faith. Perhaps you can. I can do that easy. Let's go. Nat 20. Oh my god. You start working. Picking up the tiny carving knife, the same that was used to scratch the wood. You can clean this up real quick. Spend 10 minutes working on it. With dexterous fingers, you precisely carve a layer off the statue. Within a few minutes, the message is entirely gone. Glorious, wonderful work. Hanging on to a dead god. It's sad. See? Sorry, sad? It's a tragedy, but that does not mean we can forget his legacy. Fine craftsmanship is what it is. You could have been a woodcarver in another life. If it was in any way a lucrative career, that is. Looks much better now. Oh yes, you're cleaning the world one message at a time. Hells yeah, you sure did great. Only problem? You did it for free, like some welfare janitor. Next time, give a quote. My work here is done. Anything to say about this? They're holding the election here soon. I'm aware, cleric. The halfways are doing all the setup work on behalf of the city. Really? Yeah, if the damn tea shop didn't explode, I'd be focused on making sure everything goes smoothly here. Day before you showed up, I was on a little adventure securing more voting cards. Huh. So, if you want to complain about the ballot boxes or queues on election day, just let me know. Any other secrets here? What's this? These stairs go far below the city. Not even Knock could solve this. So many locked gates behind this one. The duck. Duck. A waterfowl common in Ascani lakes. Duck. Many roam Ascani. There are horrific legends told of the great evil duck sub in Toll's Pass. Any Earthguard member who slays such a beast is rewarded with the title of Duck Slayer. Toll's Pass. The valley containing the inland end of River Torna, as well as the farthest stretches of Norvikian civilization, known for its rare mineral deposits, the terrible barnacle goose, and almost as horrific esoteric storms. Barnacle goose, a black-feathered medium-sized goose, known to consume travelers up in Toll's Pass. His face obscured, an axe strapped to his back. This is a real man, a hero, as is his heart. Are you alive? His helmed head is slumped downwards slightly. He's not really here. Are you okay, citizen? No response. Hello? A metallic scraping noise fills your ears. The knight is moving ever so slightly. His head turns. Within the slits of his helmet, you see the faint shimmer of a bony face. Your name, soldier. His voice echoes out into the open chamber. This is a great warrior. Treat him with respect. Arcane cleric, at your service, my lord. The knight's head slumps once again. Speak your mind, soldier. Who are you? He is silent for a while. You feel a light breeze pass through your armor. A draft? Perhaps there is a secret door here somewhere. The duck. Excuse me? I am the duck. A man's name is not up to debate. Nod. You should be proud of your name. The knight does not respond. This name of his is a code name, surely. He does not wish to share more. Are you Lord Gorm? No. I see. I am looking for Lord Gorm. Have you seen him? No. A truth. How do I open that gate? How do I open that gate downstairs? I have the key. Give me the key. I need to check the city below. He does not respond for a while. Then he simply throws you the key. Thank you. He recognizes your strength. The city below, it is darkness incarnate. Do not tread without care. You never do. A warning from someone with ages upon him. Why are you loitering here, knight? I am not. The cold voice echoes through the chamber. What are you doing then? I am on my off hours. Just sitting here in the temple? No response. I too would like to hang on the steps of the temple. His helmet turns slightly. Scary. Can I hang out with you, please? His helmet turns away. Some metallic creaking is all you hear from the night. Your manhood is infinitely tiny in comparison. Whom do you serve? I serve, he says, trailing off. Radiant, yes? Once again he turns to look at you, the darkness within his helmet seeming to reach out towards you. As if grabbing hold of the very air, you feel everything growing cold. His dark soul is reaching out. This creature before you is neither human nor alive. I serve nothing. A lie and a truth at once. Where'd you get that cool armor? The knight sits completely still and does not answer your question. I think you're amazing, my good knight. No response. The creature holds no grudges, yet his hollow disposition taunts your senses. You feel invalid next to this man. You must learn from his ways. Attempt to have a firm discussion about masculinity. Sweet. He just sits there, ready for a good talk. Divinity. There's light within this man. Stare at him. The knight shifts slightly, his armor scraping against the rock. Breathe heavily. The knight turns to look at you through his helmet. A little more. Wait a little bit longer. Soldier, your presence is unwanted. Present your query, then leave these hallowed grounds. Are you a cleric? No, he says. I'm a warrior. Do you know magic? Yes. Can you teach me magic? No, he mutters to himself. I do not have time for that. Do you have any spell scrolls I could have? The knight slowly grabs a scroll out of his pack. He tosses it to you after a moment of deliberation. Inflict wounds, nice. A spell with power. Memorize it, soldier. Already did. Close the spell scroll. He lifts his head. The darkness through his helmet focuses on you. No, soldier. Memorize it. I told you. I already did. Point at your temple. I'm quick. You. The cleric here is a bit of a monster when it comes to magic, from what I understand. The dark knight nods and then lowers his head. You've earned his respect. Good. Your ability to memorize spells instantly is incredible talent. He should be impressed. How does one become a true warrior? A warrior. The knight places an iron gauntlet upon his knee and leans forward. A whispering wheeze escapes the slits in his helmet. Serve. Until the coast falls in on itself. Until Yor breaks the veil and every god rips and tears a reality into shreds. Serve well, serve loyally. That is what a true warrior does, no matter what. The wheezing stops. Your companion gives you a horrified glance. What if you serve someone evil? He shakes his head, slowly. Place not the choice of morality into the hand of the one who swings the axe. Truth of alignment lies entirely with your God, soldier. Do not forget that. He lifts his hand and clenches it. Now quick, ask him while he's got his guard down. Wait, who do you serve again? Viskin. He moves his head towards you. No, that is not. Viskin, the mortician? With a sudden force, the Dark Knight slams his axe into the ground. Do not speak of that, soldier. Why? Is it a secret? He returns to his still position. Do not. The knight is now waiting for another question. Lucky you, he didn't kill you. What do you know about the tea shop? Not much. He'll talk? Why? Not like you'd threaten him exactly. Where were you at noon on the 21st? Below. Okay, below. Can you elaborate? The walls shook in the crypts. I was on patrol. I was not in position to perceive any misdoings. There are thousands of tombs and crypts scattered below this ancient metropolis. The city below is endless and most of it stands unexplored to this day. Okay, sure. Why were you in the crypts? He's silent and still for a moment. I have my purpose. As do you, soldier. Do not pry too deep. Are you threatening me? He places an iron hand on his knee, waiting for the next question. That is a firm, yet gentle reminder that he could crush you in an instant. Do you see anything suspicious before the explosion? No. You sure? And the knight nods slowly. Do you have any piece of info that would help me? Maybe a man dressed in yellow? He goes silent for a while. A man passed through the halls below. Civilians do not pass there. Past the crypt entrance, through the goblin's domain, into the southern caverns. That's the flip caverns, where gravity is reversed, below the city ruins. A man. Dark hair, silk clothes, headwear, dressed in yellow. What's past the crypts? The roots of the goblin's tree. Then more tunnels, the southern tunnels. Then the sewers. How do I get there? There are paths. Most are trapped. Once you get there, the alligator might know more. His grounds are near. Alligator? His rage is endless, his appetite growing. Do not anger him. He won't speak more about this horrific creature. The knight looks down, waiting for your next question. How do I get to the city below? He pauses, as if thinking about your question. The goblins. Use their passage below Viskin's lair. Right, the staircase by the apples, where you woke up. There are many ways down, but the passage in the chamber where you woke up, that'd be a good place. That is the safest path. So basically, dive deep like some spelunker? Yes. This is great. Thank you, my good knight. He is quiet. Has he been ordered to answer your questions? This feels forced. He likes you. Now some other questions. The Dark Knight sits still on the steps. What's up with the mess? Point at the ballot boxes. Without lifting his head, the knight answers in a cold tone. Election. Ah, so this is where it's being held. No reply. What are you waiting for, my good knight? No. I'm voting for him. Why? I'm going to vote for Asgallatin. The knight doesn't even move. You are recognized by Pierce as a staunch Asgallus. He does not care for your political opinions. How manly. Other questions? Citizen, leave. So we got the crate. Not the crate, the key. An iron key of dwarven design. It very clearly fits the lock. Sorry, fits the temple. Fits the lock, the temple of Earth. What the? I can't fucking speak. Inflict wounds, though. That's pretty cool. Can I have that? Please? Okay. Okay, I need to start making a choice. Not bless, I don't think. Cure wounds, detect alignment, grease, inflict wounds, shield of faith, pick with animals, and enhance ability. I'll use enhance ability when I need to. Oh. You are within the red rock of Tolstad. Ah. What is this? Black rat. Sweet. Thousands of dead. Ugh, I hate this place. A literal pile of skulls. Thousands, each a life taken by war, suffering, or time itself. Eternal cycle. You will join them soon. This is insane. So many bodies. You know well about this. This is the first of the containment crypts. Containment crypt. An area designated as confinement for bodies to avoid the risk of undeath. Many were erected beneath Norvik during the years of attempted reclamation of the Curse Lands. The first? Oh, this is Earth's first crypt. Built for himself by himself. These bones belong to curse victims, those claimed by the Curse Lands horrors. Destined to rise as undead horrors, Earth sent many expeditions to the east, each in an attempt to reclaim the spirits, the literal bones of those who were left behind. Entire ships were loaded with the many, many bodies, brought ashore in Norvik, then put into these crypts. Unmarked graves, yes, but consecrated all the same, an attempt at total redemption. Earth did its duty, doing its best to cleanse the world and free the spirits of its fallen people. Indeed. And as you can see, it was a success. These bones do not move. They are not held in the crazed vitriol of negative necromantic energy. They are at rest, even in this horrid state. Watch them carefully. They do not move. So these are all people who died in the Curse Lands? Yes, the greatest tragedy of your people. And this is how they ended up, simply due to the issue of numbers. There are too many bodies to give proper burial sites to each of them, even after burning the flesh. Since ocean or river burials are even more problematic due to the horror issue, this was the best option. Out of the dead and leave. Oh shit, it's a skeleton. A horrid noise in the dark. Moving. A mess of rusty iron and chattering bones. Moving towards you. No, no, no. I hate the crypts. It calls to you. Okay, that's not bad. You got nat one, nice. Incoming undead. It is set on killing you. No shit. You must defend yourself and smite this foul abomination. Too late to run away, but you gotta stay loose or this thing will cut you in pieces. The bones are outside of the body. They must return. Clearly, any type of piercing or slashing damage would be near useless against this creature. Blunt force is what you need. Blunt force? Your fist will lead the way. Give him a hug. That'd be awesome. Would hugging it help in any way? No. Can I just tell it to stop? Fucking how? Skelepathically? Being friendly never hurts. Inflict wounds. 17's a good number. You focus intense necrotic energy into your fist. The necrotic damage won't actually do much to the undead, but the punch will. With a single swing, you line up a perfect strike. Your fist connects with the thing's skull, cutting off its horrid shriek. Who's pinging me? Oh. The impact sent its skull flying off as the rest of it collapsed upon the crypt floor. Great hit! The bones spilled to the ground in a pile of dust and scrap metal. No other threats. The skeleton must have been the only guardian. Thank you, Snell. You're welcome. You did good, too. You performed your duty. This crypt has been cleansed. The goblin leans on his knee, panting. Gods, I hate crypts. You didn't even do anything! He raises a finger and wags it. Nothing good ever came from constructing a crypt. You either get a cursed place filled with death, or a meat grinder filled with undeath. They could be a little cozy. Are you insane? Look at this place. It's like... A bang from somewhere far away echoes down the hallway. The goblin jumps, a shiver down your spine. Then the chamber grows silent once more. A scent of death still lingers. He clears his throat. Fuck this place, let's go. Kneel down. Hold on, I have to make sure this warrior gets what he deserves. Which is? Some respect. Whisper a prayer to Earth. Right, I get it. I'll do what I must. Leave. Ruined armor, broken sword, but that helmet. Intelligence, Constitution, Charisma. Taken from an undead in the city below, this helm was worn in the early days of Norvik by those powerful spell-slinging clerics who served Earth in its reconquest. It even has some glowing esoteric runes left on the inside. I'm not gonna read that. The first tomb of Earth. This is it. This is the first place his body was placed 27 years ago. Your lord, your master, your god, Earth. To see it in such a state, shake in anger. It is terrible, but this place is still holy, consecrated. Despite this, horrors still walk the grimy tiles. Earth's traces still linger here, as it should. Leave the sarcophagus. What is this? Mace of Terror. You reach for the mace. The metal feels wrong. Got yourself a nice weapon, eh? Grip it hard. As your gloved hand wraps around the handle, a chill runs up your arm. Not just cold, something else. A presence. Wait, there's someone. Watch out! Turn around. Nothing. It's just the empty crypt. But you saw something in the corner of your eye. A figure. Watching. You good? The goblin looks concerned. Just look at the mace again. Cleric? You look down at the mace. It's ornate, well crafted, yet your body seems to fail when you hold it. Something is very, very wrong with it. What? Is it cursed? Did I just get cursed? No, it's... There, again. Shit, look out! The figure. In the periphery. Watching. Spin around. Nothing. Gone. But you know it was there. You felt it. The mace is haunted. Cursed, perhaps. Or simply occupied. I think someone died holding this. Well, yeah. You gestures around the crypt. Decent theory. No, I mean, they're still here. The goblin goes quiet. Oh, that's worse. Damn this. You find this lovely weapon ready to take on the city's foulness, and you simply cannot wield it. The horror, like some unfleshy gas come to haunt you, is too great. Keep it sealed, keep it close. The spirit watches. Standard issue among the Earthguard. The soul of its previous owner is clearly haunting you. You see... you see a dude staring at you out of the corner of your eye whenever you wield it. Might be best not to use in the fight. You see a dude. That's hilarious. The crypt of an archer. It is empty. Sweet. Mind if I do? Give me all that. Bone dust? Oh my god, that's so much money. Nothing else here? Alright. I need to... I'm getting a little sidetracked. I need to get back to the apartments. Although I can check out the drunk sphinx. Maybe there's a way out of here. Lobster. Over here. Ooh, a shard. What is this? Oh. The pillar of your tower is before you. He's speaking to you. Touch the pillar. Touch the cold pillar. You place your hand upon the cold surface. Your body quakes, standing in awe of this ancient object. How many battles do you think it has seen? How many deaths? How many noble sacrifices given to once god or king or people? The thoughts stir in you a deep sense of longing. Perhaps one day you will join in that sacred sensation. Perhaps right now. Later. No, later. I remember it. Oh, this is where I was before. Ooh, it's a rat. I need to get closer. Give me that rat. Yes, this is where I was before. Like the first day. I almost got killed by that trap. You need to get back to the apartments somehow. Can I talk to any of you? I have some questions for you. No, I already took his thing. Isn't it like down over here? Yeah. Oh, this is open. What is this? Main entrance of the Drunk Sphinx? Okay, I can go there in a bit. What's this? Tunnel to the Goblin Garden. It smells musky. That guy's going nuts. This is it, right? That isn't an option. What do you mean that isn't an option? It's impassable. What do you mean? What? Okay, like, I guess it's too late. That's fair. There's R and A. Some random apartment. It says Snell. Is there anything in here? Oh, what's this? Potion of healing? Oh my goodness. I just took all of his money. Let's go. Got 450 bucks from him. Just a door. Where is this? Oh, this goes back to the garden. I think there's anything for me there. What is this? Pillar of your towers before you. Speaking to you, touch the pillar. Touch the wondrous pillar. Whisper gets louder. Says something to you, something weird. No, wait. It's a conversation where you don't take part in. Guess you can try to join. Not right now. So when Snell's not with me. Dusk. Is it late for you? You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. This place is insane. Yeah. I mean, I don't agree since I grew up here, but I can imagine. You grew up here? Well, you point to the east side of the ravine. You glance over the edge and see a ton of little apartments dotting the other side as well. One of the bigger complexes there. That's where I grew up, along with most other goblins of my generation. Though these days, they keep the nurseries in safer areas. Mostly because the kids kept trying to climb the scaffolding. He grins. Those were the days. Yeah, I bet, man. Alright, let's go in here. Oh, wow. Charisma. Can I increase my charisma? I actually can. Hold on. Oh wait, I really can't. Charisma. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Goblin Hill, level 8 rogue. Who said rogue? He wants to kill you. This is a massive, unregulated, confident, highly problematic goblin supremacist. He will not debate you on it. He doesn't even see you as worthy of being alive. Jesus. A focused killer, his body count must be in the hundreds. The type of man who wishes for nothing but the destruction of humanity, the Earthfolk especially, and the downfall of this invading species upon the shores of a sky. And then here's our scholar. You got anything on you? Dream patch. Thanks. You see a tiny man sitting on a tall chair, a glass of something clasped strong, clasped in his hands. Ah, my dear officer of the law, he slurs, with a mischievous glint in his eye. Not a glint, pain. He clumsily nods, almost spilling his drink. Are you enjoying your evening? No. He almost spits out the word. That's sad to hear. It is not unreasonable to not enjoy an evening such as this. He leans a bit too far on the left and almost falls off his chair. Anyways, come. Partake in the nectar of the gods, or at least what passes for it in this establishment. So we find ourselves on the precipice of this grand experiment of democracy. He takes a big sip. What will you vote for, officer? Don't get him started, Goblin mutters behind you. That's usually my line. Oh, I took it from you, didn't I? You can have it back soon enough. As Gallus, the workers shall rule. Ah, the workers, the heart and soul of our city. But rule? Can they truly rule, or will they simply become the new face of an old tyranny? Democracy is a delicate dance, my friend. When the music stops, who's left without a chair? The workers' paradise is a noble dream, but dreams can sometimes turn into nightmares, especially when power gets involved. This gnome sure can talk. He carried the political weight of a dedicated Asgallist. He's very inebriated. But now, since you are the carrier of a law in this here city, a good question would be, what is law? Oh gods. To carry such a burden of holding the law, would it not be fair to ask what it is? Think about it. Your answer will matter. Your choice could change the world, good knight of Earth. Cleric of the bourgeoisie. What do you think, Snow? He shrugs. Whatever Lady Sagely says. I don't know. What do you think law is? The gnome nods. In fact, he nods so hard his face hits the table. You hear him snoring softly. Party's over. He sighs. Thank the gods. Leave the gnome in stupor. What does he have? Incense. 5. Jesus.
Huh.
The scent of smoke fills your helmet as you approach the hooded goblin. He takes a draught from the pipe, his rough face illuminated. He's glaring at you. Didn't I see you at Pillar Crossing? The hooded goblin does not reply at first. Then he just looks at Snow with a foul frown. I see you're getting more cran by the day.
Huh?
Fuck you. Which tribe do you belong to? You hear him clear his throat slowly. I suggest bothering someone else, human. You know this guy, Snow? Sure, that's Raz. Ignore him, he's not interesting. The hooded goblin lets out a cloud of smoke. Listen to your pet, cleric. What was that? Did you say something, Raz? Pure rage is building in your companion. He only scoffs at Snow's question. I feel like there's some tension here. Both of them just quietly glare at each other. What do you know about the tea shop? He doesn't know shit. The hooded goblin laughs. Need help, huh? Figured. So you'll help? Nah. Now fuck off. Your companion turns to you and mutters, God, he's such a fucking cunt. What are you voting in the election? None of your fucking business, human. Okay. Looks sad. Yeah, know your place. You hear him chuckle. Fucking asshole. So who do you work for? Why would I tell you? Why wouldn't you? Is it embarrassing? Do you work for, like, Viskin or something? The goblin freezes. No. What? He does. Wow. Yeah. You didn't even need to pick up on anything there. Fuck off, human. Glass him. Glass him? That is some very vague intent, even by your standards. You grab a half-filled glass from the table as the goblin watches your movements closely. That's his drink. What a powerful and manly move. Your companion gives you a careful look. He wonders what the hell you're about to do. A toast for you. Sure, great. Not toasting back? He surely deserves a glass. What does that mean? Put down my glass. Give him the glass. He grabs it and says thanks. Then he places the glass back onto the table. A jukebox. Cool. Oh, it's these guys again. Voice looking at you actively.
Oh.
Hello? Oh, it's Simmy. What up, Simmy? I don't know much about you. My bad. What's up, man? He glares at you.
Huh.
An angel? Really?
Huh?
She wasn't weird. She had eyes, like glowing eyes, but actual eyes. And she wasn't floating? She wasn't floating, not always. So she could float. She talked to you? Yeah. Why? That's a good question, Sten. Like, actually. Why would you even think about talking with the Celestial? Keep listening. Blanky Boy snaps his finger and a bit of spark appears. Let me start from the beginning, okay? Rollo crosses his arms. Go ahead. I was at the palace, around those fancy mansions apartments. Before you ask, my grand aunt lives there. Right. She was the old lady who was in the newspaper, Astrid Timberholm. Oh yeah, I read about that. She lived with mimics for a whole year, didn't she? Yeah, whatever. I'm telling a story here. Keep listening. He gets ready to speak. After visiting my Auntie Astrid, I walked across Micah Park, and I was like, snapping my fingers. And I heard her ask me for a light. I turned around and saw her sitting by the pond. This, celestial girl. White dress, glowing eyes. Really, really good looking. Totally holds up his palms. Whatever floats your boat, man. She asks if I was a wizard. I say no, obviously. But she holds up one of those Reedsian tobacco sticks. So I light it with he says and snaps his fingers, setting up a little flame in the air. We talk for a bit. Just small talk. Was she nice to you? No. Yes? I don't know. What kind of question is that, Sten? Jesus. We talk. She smokes her stick. When she's done, she asks me to burn the stump. I do, like in a cool way. I really nail it. Then what? She walks away? Yeah, but she also says, hey, thanks. I'll see you around. The three other boys look at him in silence. Earthness looks at each of them. What? That's good, right? Especially, like, asking for a date. Look, she was a transcendental energy girl made out of pure light. Rollo pats him on the back. You were a shipyard boy. Just wasn't meant to be. Clear your throat loud and clear. She then looks your way and says, oh, hello, cleric, sir. Rollo jolts, realizing he's been standing there for quite some time. Hey, make sure they are not drinking. Drinking is not allowed. You boys aren't drinking, are you? Oh god, it's not this again. We're in a tavern, we have crowns. Then Butskin starts looking around like a lost child. Then he leans over to Tully and asks, we're allowed to drink, right? Tully nods, gives him an okay sign. The cutoff age is 16, isn't it? Rollo points towards his friend. It is. Is it? It is. What are you gonna do? Throw us out? The boys laugh, nervously. Earth didn't make sure anyone 16 or older would be allowed to be served alcohol in any establishment in Norfolk. However, he wanted to make a full-on ban. Originally he wanted to make a full-on ban, however, for obvious reasons. Nah, keep drinking, I'm cool with it. Oh, alright, cool. He looks to his buddies. They all shrug. Cool. What's this about a celestial? The leggy kid shakes his head brusquely. No, nothing, I was just joking around. Don't worry, kid. Crossfolk attraction is very valid in our progressive city of Norfolk. You don't have to be ashamed of your interests. The lanky kid looks distraught. I'm not. She looks like a human, okay? It's not weird. Your goblin companion hides his face inside of his palms. Except the glow and the floating. Yes, but like 90% is just, hot girl. Jesus. 90%. Oh god, this fucking kid. Angels are not so different from us. Have you ever seen one? They're like intangible horrors, Rollo says and shakes his head. He sighs. No, okay. I'm sorry, Nis. I didn't mean to be like that. I'm just saying you shouldn't obsess over some girl, angel or not, that you don't even know. Ah, you mean like you used to do so over Modisa? Rollo's eyes show wide open daggers aimed at Sten's unflinching, naive smile. Daggers. One-handed piercing weapon. Good at making holes in clerics. Excuse me, what? Nis says with a big smile, giving Rollo a double take. Oh yeah, Rollo used to write letters to Modisa back in school. I remember that. Debate letters. She infuriates me. I'm in ideological combat with her, nothing else. So dramatic. You love it. He looks over to you and adjusts his overalls. I just want to keep the record straight, cleric. They're just trying to mess with me. That's not a thing. He's just like you. Hells yeah, kid. Hold up your fist for a bump. I'm also scared of women. That's not what... The lanky kid lets out a wheezing laughter. Huh? Was that supposed to be a secret? Nah, don't worry about it, Sten. Rollo turns back to you. Can we talk about literally anything else, please? Hey, you clearly started, kid, Snell tells him, also laughing. I have some personal questions for you boys. Personal. Can we do it in a rapid-fire fashion? We kind of want to get back to having fun. Okay, get ready for rapid-fire questions. The boys all seem to brace themselves. Where do you boys live? Around. I live in Northern Housing. Yeah, same. I live near the Flip, if you've heard of it. Our landlord sucks ass. Oh yeah, Dinkleberry, right? Yeah, Dinkleberry. Jesus, even his name stinks. What are your favorite pastimes? The goth kid shrugs. I like bicycles. Me too. I like drawing. He mutters to himself, why am I admitting this? What are your views on the Bone Purge? The anti-zombie law? Yeah. It's good? Yeah, my dad kept his job thanks to it. He almost lost his job to a zombie. It was a skeleton, but whatever. Do you like the music in here? Yeah, nearly is really good. I'm inclined to agree. She's one of the good ones. You hear a companion audibly groan in the back. Do you have any dirt on Rick Spider? Dirt? She's way nicer than you might think. I know she donates a bunch of money to the Lady Fair Church. Like a lot. Interesting. That could be useful if I want to push her buttons later. Okay. Great job. You got them to spill all their secrets, without even casting Zone of Truth. Very good. Thank you for spilling all of your secrets. I've actually been secretly placing you all under a Zone of Truth spell all along. What? The boys all look around, shocked. You're not allowed to just... I'm joking. Oh. They all calm down. Not funny. A bit funny. Okay, a bit funny. That's it, I'm done. Cool. See ya. Alphas. Can I take something from him? Crowns. I took $6 from him. Let's go. He approached the dwarves as they argued through heavily slurred words. I'm not saying any of this. He hits his cup while gesticulating wildly. The white wine spills out over the table. 4-man alphas, Simi tells his boss while glancing up at you. Perhaps it's time. Comprehend languages. The spell takes hold, and you suddenly understand the dwarvish perfectly. A complete tragedy that you're addressing this foreign tongue, Simi. Don't you understand? He slammed his fist into the table. Earth invited us as equals, but now we have less influence than ever. The great steam pit being the only place we can even call our own. Alphas. And I'm being torn between these damn kids with the radical delusions and the damn city officials with free sharded coins in their pockets. Do I not have the right to be upset? To be tremendously upset? To be the most upset of them all? Alphas. He points to you. Alphas turns around. Oh. He laughs. Well, what are you gonna do, Mr. Cityman? Cast Mass Torsion on us? Mass Torsion. 4th level transmutation spell. Infamous as one of the most horrific forms of magic employed during the Coast War. It causes torsion in every testicle within a... Oh my god. Within a range of 100 feet. It is outlawed by way of Wholeswift Ting of 501 AE. Mass Torsion. An infamous spell that causes all testicles around to twist, turn, and clench. Ugh, it's horrific. No. Simi's face goes completely pale, along with each of the other male dwarves around the table. Well, the female dwarf at the far end of the table calmly sips her white wine cup. She's ignoring this whole event. Alphas is very, very drunk. This dwarf can take a lot, but clearly he's drinking far too much. This is why a sober lifestyle is preferable, even among non-clerics. He puffs up his chest and gets up from his seat. Mass torsion is a war crime. Could be suitable here, though. Raise your hand if you insist. Simi gets up from his chair so fast it falls to the ground. I think it's time for us to go now, Alphas. Bah, why can't a foreman let loose a little? It's, not that late. He looks very, very tired all of a sudden. Tap Alphas on the shoulder. This is why drinking is always a bad choice. You should learn from this experience. The dwarf glares at you, his eyes unfocused and his legs wobbling, sorry. Is he going to puke? Alphas raises his hand and places it on your shoulder as well. His lips pout and his brow narrows. A kiss? He's gonna kiss me? He leans forward and whispers one word to you. No. The testament of a drunkard. Simi steps in and grabs his boss. Sorry, cleric. I'll get him back to the headquarters. What? Is it time already? Alpha seems to relax once his brother steadies him by the arm. As they stumble away, you hear him mutter. Asgel would be proud of you, Simi. A good worker. That's what you are. Good handling of that, cleric. The rest of the dwarves keep drinking, not really reacting much to their foreman's outburst. Must be a common occurrence. Well then. Oh, she's here. Do I do it? I think I do it, but first I must behold. I must behold. Oh, I don't learn much. I don't learn anything, as a matter of fact. This is correct, right? Yeah, it should be. Do I go for it? I'm gonna fucking go for it. I risked it for a couple crowns. Wisdom! I love that stat. It's one of my favorites. It is actually my favorite. That gives me wisdom. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm becoming so fucking wise right now. It's unreal. Dude, I'm so wise. Wait, what? Is there anything lowering it? I should have... Oh, is this not enough for all of it? Damn. Oh well. Let's see what she's like. Nat 20! Damn. Goblin Cave, level 1 bard, chaotic neutral, another goblin. This one is looking to escape. She works hard, but only in ways that improve her craft, her passion. She does not care for politics or the world at large, yet she tries to uphold a sense of understanding in order to further her art. The goblin plays for herself. She seeks not glory, only to support herself with her craft. It seems to have not gone too well so far. Who are you? Wisdom. Ooh, another wisdom creature. I love wisdom creatures. 28. Oh, wow. Monstrosity. That's not nice. Level 14 Gyno Sphinx. Lawful good. Look at those stats. Thousands of years spent guarding a hole in reality. Remember, her perception is beyond your ability to conceive. For her, a day is a fleeting moment, unless you make it memorable. A Geno Sphinx giving out riddles. A woman searching for something, anything, even remotely interesting about these scurrying mortals. Why else allow them into her lair like this? She's not being exploited. Whatever deal she struck with the tavern keep, this beast of yore could break it at any moment. Yet none of them hold any power over her. Yet she cannot leave. Resentment. Anyone sane, even with a sliver of mortal standing, would feel resentment for being stuck in one spot for millennia. Olziz, this oh-so-powerful creature, feels a hint of resentment towards her masters. Perhaps that is why she entertains this fleeting moment. I see. My sympathies. It would be something akin to 1,000 a month. Standard fare, really. Obviously, all of my proprietary deals would have to be included in that. Obviously. Which would make it more akin to double that price, at least. The orc woman places her cup on the counter and leans forward. We hope you'll consider it. The fiendish woman behind the counter gives her a wide, sharp grin. Fear turns to leave and almost walks right into you. Whoops. Cleric, lovely to see you again, but I can't stop the chat. Do swing by Water Lane later, will you? As the orc steps past you and leaves the tavern, you look over to the woman beyond the bar. She locks eyes with you while putting away the orc's club. Approach. Dexterity. Let's get dexterous. Well, actually, can't really get that dexterous. Only like a tiny bit more dexterous. 24. Demon, level 3 entrepreneur, chaotic evil. Money, money, money. This is what you get when the pragmatism of devilhood mixes with the dexterity of humanish fingers. A mint-making, crown-conscientious, capital creator of the highest class. Entrepreneurship is about disruption. It's about seeing through the common clay and figuring out the hacks of reality. It's like magic, really, except it works on scale. This woman has found several holes in the city's purse. Over the years, she's run factories, founded startups, dealt with city corporations, guild deals, and now she's a tavern proprietor. A highly accomplished woman, the type to flourish in the Free Strider future. Her backstory aside, this tiefling finds a meaning in the crowns, in capital. The power and respect she finds in this new world is everything she did not have as a child. Here she is the boss and in full control until she isn't. Does she have anything for me? Money! And stuff. That's pretty cool. Do I steal from this woman? A speaker. They must have lines running through the walls. I want to steal. Hello. The goblin seems to be playing around with the strings of her instrument. She's tuning it. Hey. Her entire body jolts when she sees you. She's frightened by the Earthguard colors. I'm playing in a second, okay? Can I request a song? No. Go away, she mutters under her breath. I need some tense ambience for all the conversations I'm going to have here tonight. She scoffs. What every artist wants to hear. Be ambiance. Every hero needs a bard. Wink at her. She cannot see your wink, come on. But she can hear the over-enthusiastic wink sound effect you make with your mouth. She finishes whatever she was doing to her instrument. Alright, let's hear this shit. Don't dance, it'll hurt your chances at anything in this here tavern. Let her play. Okay, here we go. Let her leave him. A donation plate. There's a small plate with a fair bit of crowns scattered about the surface. The goblin glances at you as you approach the donation bowl, but she keeps playing. I want to donate crowns here. You do. How much, though? Don't go overboard. She's an artist. They're rich. Highly unlikely. Alms are important to help those in need. It's honorable to give. Donate 1 crown. You carefully place a single crown into the bowl. How generous. She doesn't acknowledge it. More. Donate 10 crowns. You place a handful of crowns into the bowl. A good amount. She bows her head to you without skipping a beat in her song. Donate 100 crowns. You open your pouch and pour a hefty amount of crowns into the bowl. You manage to almost fill it. Truly, a man who provides. She almost drops her concentration over the song. She then replaces some of the lyrics with, thank you, Claire. Damn, that's like half my month's rent. You're aware you can't really, like, take that back, are you? She deserves it, Snell. Sure. Yeah, why not? At least you got money to spare. How much money do I have now? I almost have 1,000. I can't reach that from here? Hold on. Maybe I should be a little bit of a thief. Oh, wow, that's a high check. Hello? Behind the counter stands a woman of fiendish origin. Focused on filling up one of the taps, she immediately stops when she notices your approach. A tiefling. Welcome to the Drunk Sphinx. My good lord, a cleric. How lovely to see the city stop by. She gives you her full attention. Name's Rickspider. I'll be serving you tonight. This woman is a perfect hub of information. Pick her brain. I want to pick your brain. That could be arranged, she says and gives you a big smile. That just means going to ask stuff. Ah, I thought you meant something entirely different. But I do love answering questions. Point at her horns. How did that happen? Oh, she mouths and gives her left horn a pat. Funny story, actually. My family fled the last megastorm of Heiji. I think it was in the last few years of the Coast War. They're invited to join a Vorgeni guild due to my father's influence as a former diplomat. Megastorm. Like a storm, but mega. Don't happen too often. That's where I was born, so technically I'm a native Vorgeni. But to answer your question, both my parents are members of the Houses of Fire. Low-ranking, of course, but still influential in the politics of several smaller coastal towns in the western jungles. And I don't know if you know much about the folk in Heiji, but let's just say horns are quite common sight among the highborn. Thank you for the information. No problem. I'm quite proud of the journey I made, with or without my bloodline backing me. I am the cleric of Norvik. The cleric? Oh my. Cleric? More like you. Aren't you a catch? Actually, I need to make it clear to you that I'm not a cleric, no way. Oh my. What kind of rapscallion are you, then, to dress up like that? I am a druid. Wouldn't have guessed, huh? Oh well, good for you. Be nature's friend or whatever. You're the tavern owner? Do you have a bunch of information that could help me on my quest? Move on. Sure. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask. I know more than most in this sprawling city of ours. This city is not hers. We all share this place. It is as much hers as it is yours. Oh, Snell, she exclaims as she notices him over the counter. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Want something to drink? Huh? I'm on the clock. He nods towards you. Oh, you're the escort, eh? That's not how I'd phrase it, but sure. She laughs and sticks a sharp finger in your face. Don't get Snell into too much trouble, you hear? He's already grumpy enough as it is. The two of them clearly share a past, in an enemies to lovers kind of way. Only without the lovers part. Hand her an EAFA. The free charters want you to sign this. She looks over the document. Oh, thank you, but I've already got one. It's right in my office. Old Rick's here's got some sources of her own, you see. But this is a great reminder. I'll be sure to sign it soon. So you're happy about the accord? Oh, for sure, she smirks. The Free Shires are very good business partners, you know? The economic support they offer is unprecedented, and that's without mentioning their general view on trade making the entire market perfect for economic growth. Now I'll finally be able to deal in futures again. You know, without having to deal with all those pesky and, quite frankly, tyrannical oversights. Time to make some money. And you know... and you, what else can I help you with? What's up with the, gesture towards the Sphinx? That's Ulysses. Great gal. She's a Gynosphinx. She's been here since, like, early Gate era. Gynosphinx. A monstrous being often found undertaking missions for the gods. A feminine force capable of seeing through time and space. Collector of ancient lore and dispenser of riddles. Known to test mortals to uncover the true worth. But good luck getting more than that out of her. She always drink this much? Yeah, that's the only reason this place stays open. She lets us all hang around her sacred chamber, and in return I get her pumped on some riddle line. Cost-wise, it's not that much worse than a regular city rent. Thanks for telling me about this Sphinx. No problem, she says with a wide grin. You two friends now? No. Don't say that. You're hurting my feelings. There's tension here. If you want a rise out of him, ask about it. I sense sexual tension between you two. Snell quickly snaps at you with this glare. That's a statement I will strongly refute, cleric. The fiendish woman nods. Of course. Refuted it is. It is. For sure. Absolutely. She laughs and leans in over the counter. All jokes aside, this is all just a part of the job, you know. Flirting? Well, sure. Bullying? I wouldn't call it that. More like playful teasing. Creating sexual tension. A bit on the nose, but sure. Harassing goblins? No, that's more of a hobby. Being a little fiend? That's just in my blood. Being sarcastic? Always. Talking too much? No. She gives you a stern frown. The goblin raises an eyebrow. She burst out laughing. Actually, yes. Being a pain in the ass? Every day. Answering all my questions? Every single one. I see. It just happens to be as such that Snell here is a very hard nut to crack. The hardest. The goblin closes his eyes and mutters something to himself. A series of expletives. Something is off. She's speaking in sexual undertones, yet you do not feel weak. Well, duh, she's not your type. It's pretty obvious. Does Snell spend a lot of time in here? You don't need to ask her, it's not relevant. He does, she says, ignoring his comment. Although this is the most convenient third place for the HWBT, so it's not like he's got too many options. We've got all the wonderful goblin we can need here every night. I don't think Snell finds you very attractive. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. Although I do wonder what his type is. Don't tell anyone, but I think you might be into goblins. Really? She says with an exaggerated expression. What a juicy rumor. Don't fucking talk about me like I'm not here. And Cleric, don't play into her mind games. She'll drain the wholesomeness out of your damn soul. Ooh, I like that. Drain the wholesomeness. I should put that on a poster. What about you, Cleric? Do you find me attractive? No. Really, really not your type. Imagine partnering with such a blabbermouth. It would be your own personal hell. She's nice. A good woman. But no. You do not feel that way about her. Don't be mean about it. Not really. Damn it. And here I was, hoping a big strong cleric would come sweep me off my feet. If only there was a stoic goblin to keep me company. She gives your companion an expression that lands somewhere between cute puppy and tigress. No, thank you. Great, I got some other questions. Of course. What do you know about the tea shop? I blew up. She looks shocked. Are you a witness? She gives you a quick shrug. Wasn't here. Not usually on Tolstad over noontime. I'm more of a night gal, obviously. So I'm not much help, sadly. I've just heard the regular. But I can recommend talking to the kid at the kiosk upstairs. His brother comes in here often. I overheard him talking about it. Yes, I spoke with Arn. Great. Hope we didn't scare him too much. Kidding. Tell me about the owner of the tea shop. Drummer? He's a real piece of work. Like, I'm impressed that he kept the tea shop afloat for so long, but... Look, I just know the rumors, Kay? I love rumors. She leans in with a smile. Sorry, a smirk, saying, Drummer kept the tea shop full of Asgalis, mostly young ones, but supposedly he'd been working with the Free Striders on the side. Like some kind of spy, she laughs. Could you imagine? Does he come here often? Nah, or well, yeah. Is that a maybe? Look, I see him around. He's not a regular. When he does show up, he's loud and wants to perform, you know. He just starts drumming on the counter. Not the greatest patron. Do you think he blew up the tea shop himself? No. She shakes her head and repeats her answer. No, that bird couldn't make a ballsy move like that. Now run away from it? For sure. That's what I'd expect. And indirectly, I'd be surprised if he's not at least a little to blame. I found him, on Water Lane, in the warehouse. You... what? She burst into a deep chuckle. That fool. So he really did just try to run away from this mess. I won't blame him, though. Sometimes when things go awry, fleeing is the only logical business decision. Not that I've ever been there, she mutters and gives you a cheeky smirk. That's it for now. Sure. Do you know a man called Frank, son of Frank? Your question causes her to let out a hearty laugh. I'm so happy I'm not the one having to ask that stupid fucking question. No, I'm afraid I haven't, and she eventually managed to tell you. Sorry, Cleric. She cannot help you. I'm searching for a paladin. She shakes her head. Don't expect to find much. I haven't seen Lord Gorm for weeks. You know him? I've handed him drinks a few times, exchanged a few words, so sure, I know him. What does he look like? Oh, sorry, did he wear a helmet, damn? Oh no, never actually. He always showed off those golden locks. A clear sign of corruption. What sort of man would choose to show skin instead of iron? Gets his proclivity for vanity very much surpassed your own, Cleric, she says with a playful smile. What does he look like? That's what I meant to click. Big guy, Earthguard-like outfit with more gold. Not the type you like to arm wrestle. Other than that, green eyes, blonde, long hair. You ever hear him say anything suspicious? She laughs. Look, drunkards say all kinds of shit. Can't read too much into it. What'd you hear? Mostly a bunch of ranting about how every single political entity in the city should be burned to the ground. Some typical bro-human slogans. You know that stuff. So Lord Gorm is a fascist. Got it. She laughs. Might be simplifying the issue a bit, but sure. You know where I could find him? I hear all kinds of rumors, Cleric. Either he's cracked under the pressure and started living as a fisherman or beggar on Water Lane, or he's died in the tunnels below fighting undead abominations. Or maybe he's jumped on a ship to Muletown. Maybe Lord Gorm wants to head out into the infinite waste through Toll's Pass. Either way, I don't think you're going to find him, Cleric. But maybe there's some clues as to his fate somewhere here on Tolstad. Who knows? Thank you for the info. You're welcome. You read the Asgal chant? Nah, not my scene. But since the tea shop went poof, I've got a lot more patrons bringing it in here. I wonder why. Very strange, she winks. Wink back. She winks twice at you. Wink thrice. It's funny. I can't see you wink because of the helmet, but the way you move your head makes it comically clear that you're winking. It's very cute. Is the Asgal Chan a big newspaper? Oh gods, no. It's just a very popular copper paper. Where's it printed? No clue. Here it's somewhere on Tolstad, though. In some dark corner. Probably a group of angry dwarves, I imagine. Who writes the articles in it? She shrugs. A group of angry dwarves? Look, there's a reason nobody knows anything about this damn thing. It's illegal. So whoever's printing it doesn't have a license, so the city keeps trying to bust them. It's sort of funny when you think about it. What do people think about it? That it's ridiculous. You get the third largest political paper in the city, and it's printed in the shadows. Nobody knows who the chanter is, and every article is just signed off as written by a concerned citizen. It's very dramatic, but other than that, people either hate it or love it, depending entirely on the politics. Is it a magical newspaper? No, just a very cheap one, printed and distributed in mysterious ways. Sounds magical to me. I mean, who am I to say? Maybe it's made by a team of dwarven ghosts lost in the masonry of the city hall walls. And they've run it for like 2 years, I think. Crazy long time. Will be one hell of a story once they get caught. If. Is this paper political? No. Oh, not at all. Not at all? Indeed, it's in fact the only newspaper in existence that's ever managed to be completely apolitical in every way, shape, and form. That's glorious. Okay, I'm joking, obviously. The Asgal Chan is clearly a highly politicized paper. It's literally filled to the brim with Asgal propaganda. That's all for now about this paper. Alright, what are you voting in this election? That's a cheeky question. No, it's not. That's subjective. I disagree. She looks confused for a moment before continuing. You made this woman very happy. Early on, I thought about voting for the Agricultural Party. They had a big focus on small business owners. That's me. But obviously, they moved over to the bigger worker class focus and are now completely swallowed by Asgalism. So I'm now leading towards the Free Striders. They want to build up the economy and increase trade, which will directly make my life so much easier. Plus, it's hard to ever vote for nationalists when they want my kind to be a second-class citizen. And the Free Striders will let you buy your way to first class or what? She gives him a half smirk. Something like that. You like the Agricultural Party? Liked. They had a neat manifesto, okay? Freedom of movement and business type shit. Why would free trade make your life easier? She looks around. Tolstad is already a hotbed for travelers coming in from all around the coast. If the tariffs are lowered, especially between Reedsian cities, we'll be seeing twice as much traffic on Waterline. That means twice as many patrons. I might even have to expand. Why not vote green? She holds up her hand and gives you an incredulous look. I like to keep my profits, duh. Your companion scoffs. You're a free strider then? Hey, just because I'll vote for him doesn't mean I'm dedicated for life. They happen to be the most useful for my business. Nothing else. Sounds to me like you don't understand the nationalists. Sounds to me like you understand them all too well. She smiles with her whole face. Fuck fascism. Give her a high five. You enthusiastically meet your hand in a satisfying smack. Hot shit. Hell yeah. A foolish performative act. That's all the politics for now. Okay, tell me about yourself. Please do dive on in, cleric. Anything in particular you'd like me to rant about? Tell me about your business. I need to go take a quick break. My favorite topic. I got several businesses, in fact. Some people call me a bit of a serial entrepreneur. So it's just a tavern, not an inn? Not an inn, sadly. I've been thinking of expanding, but as you might imagine, it's quite difficult. Excuse me? Especially with all the wonderful complexities created by our dear Home Lord. Home Lord, the magistrate handling construction, public works, housing, mapping as well as sewers and waterworks, currently held by Tonderel Soderfeld in the housing district. Soderfeld, one of the original Earthfolk houses that found Norvik with Earth. Their family split off into several branches, and the nobles can be found both as guild leaders, upriver manor heads, and as one of the magistrates. If only the city held another city below Crusade, then I might be able to dig out a few rooms, but for now, this is just a tavern. Though usually a local cat holds dance classes here once a week. That's paused during the election, though. Anyhow, I'm rambling. Did you want the story about how I procured this location? Tell me about everything. Every detail. We'd be here all day, but I can do a quick rundown if you want. Perhaps we started off in printing, believe it or not, so many years ago at this point. There was a great boom in the industry right when my horns were budding. Did you know we had over 12 papers in circulation at its peak? Crazy. I ended up with way more capital than I anticipated, which gave me the opportunity to invest quite heavily. And you know me, she says and winks. You do not. This woman is overly familiar for a living. Admirable. I took on big risk for a big reward. A little bit of agriculture, a little bit of politics, signed some deals with the free straters, some with the agriculturalists, or whatever they call themselves these days. My main business today is actually textile manufacturing. Started a mill 2 years ago with the most inspirational woman you've ever met. Suffragettes, widows, immigrants, or Norvikians alike. Suffragettes. An activist group formed by dwarven women in the early days of the suffrage movement. When human women began joining the group, they eventually won over the palace and universal suffrage was ordered. We're building a new world of feminine industry. She's giving a chance to those who often cannot make their own wage. Wonderful. She's exploiting women who have been left behind by their community. It's awful. She must be making a shit ton of coin. Good for her. This tavern was born out of my meeting with Ulysses. She nods her head in the direction of the massive sphinx at the end of the chamber. She's guarded this place for centuries? Millennia? Gods only know how long. Even our good Lord Earth just let her be. Our Lord saw this divine being and allowed her to continue her sacred mission. But I managed to get her to open up a bit. A few drinks later and we've got a contract signed. To convince a sphinx, a creature sent by the very high gods, to alter her life's mission. This woman must be highly persuasive. Today it's a highly successful establishment with patrons from all around the world. Things are a bit slow these days with the whole tea shop drama. But alas, things will pick up soon again, I'm sure. That is not how you use alas in a sentence. Oh yeah, she talks so damn much you barely even picked up on it. This fiend loves the sound of her own voice. It could be very useful. You devil or demon fiend? Neither, you know. I suppose a city classifies me as fiendish guest citizen or whatever the hell the legal definition is. She means she can vote but she can't hold office. But my blood origin is demon like all of the houses of fire. She does not like talking about this too much, which is why she stops herself from ranting any more than she already has. She winks and says, I try not to flaunt it too much. Tends to get the boys a bit too excited, you know. I don't know. Fair. How'd you end up here? Long story. I'll keep it short as I'm sure we've got better things to do. Essentially, Friendly from Heiji, was born in Vorgeni, raised in Reach during the worst of the revolution. Left my family behind and came here to start anew. Now I'm building businesses left and right. Ascan is a wonderful place of promise. I love it here. She leans in and smirks. Thank you so much for taking in an outcast like myself, Cleric. She's hitting on you. Hit her back. I punch her? No! No. Not really the moment for that. She's not hostile. I flirt back? Yes. Nope, not your type. You need someone stronger. Boo! The red one is correct, but still boring. Boo. Oh, what is my type? It's hard to put into words, but whatever you're looking for, this horned woman does not have it. Whatever, just say something. You've been staring at her silently for like 15 seconds now. I do not answer for the Visa and Immigration Guild. Yeah, I know. I meant on like a cultural basis. I've always felt very welcomed in Norvik. What's your mother's maiden name? She squints. Am I allowed to say that? Isn't that a curse thing? Like knowing the true name of a devil or something? So you are a devil? No? Or, you're not one of those folk that keep confusing devils and demons, are you? Devils are lawful, demons are chaotic evil. They're both creatures of evil, flawed to the core. No, I'm an expert in my field. In demonology? Yes, it's all real. Alright, well, let's just move on and I'll keep that a secret, just in case, okay? She winks at you. How do I get to the Undercoast? I don't know. He points downwards. Head down until gravity flips? Never been myself. Do you enjoy drinking milk? I'll stop you right there, sweetheart. Her usual smile turns into a scowl. No, I'll not buy her bottle of spoiled milk. I've been around, I know the scam. Let's talk about something else. But no, I'm not interested. Then she returns to a wide, inviting grin. Anything else? All right, no more personal questions. That's all for now. Thank you, citizen. All right. Well, that was almost 4.5 hours. Not a single combat. 4.5 hours of talking. And I love it. Alright, well, thank you to everyone who popped in or watched for any amount of time. Hopefully I'll come back to this tomorrow, but maybe not. I might have some stuff going on. But yeah, actually, let's see if I can steal from her real quick. I'm gonna be evil. Let me get my mage hand and do this intelligently. How intelligent can I get? Oh, I guess that's it. I guess I don't need to wear the helmet. Alright, mage hand, do your thing. Yes! What is this? Charisma increase? Let's go. You know what? Give me the crowns. Shit. Can I do it? Can I do it normally? Question mark. Can I do a normal amount of thievery just with my own hands, or is that locked? It's locked. Damn. How could this happen to me? All right, yeah. That's actually wait. Okay, I gotta seal if I can pickpocket. Actually, no, I won't because I'm gonna get killed. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a good night.